kick again, ruining my intros. Chat. Guess what? This week, chat, this week has already been fucking amazing, chat. Just the last 2 days, maybe. What's unfortunate is that as a professional loudmouth retard, I cannot really talk about all the things I'm up to, but I'm up to some stuff, chat. Some exciting stuff in multiple different facets of my interest. And I want to talk about all of them, chat, but I can't. So I have to restrain myself. And I have to not spoil things, chat, as it is. Instead, I'm imploding. I'm imploding under the pressure. I'm keeping it secret. I don't want it fucked with. I like my unlike DSP. DSP shows his receipts and is like, oh my god, everyone cancels my Nintendo Switch. This is what always happens. I'm smart, chat. I'm smart, and I know not to do those things. So I'm just gonna implode under the pressure live on air. Fuck it, chat. Let's just start, and then because the Kiwi news is the start of the news segment, and to start the news segment, we will of course need a news hamster to do that. Of course, obviously, duh, fucking obviously, can't do the news without the hamster. Let's start for the early birds. My take on this: the Offcom, which is the FCC of the UK, which previously sent me a very stern letter, letting me know that my funny business won't be tolerated, and you'll have to submit a document indicating my intent to comply because I have a significant number of British users. Well, I'm sorry, Offcom. I didn't want a significant number of British users. They inflict themselves upon me, Offcom. If it was a fucking choice, I wouldn't have it. Like being penalized for having AIDS. Just because I had risky, unprotected sex with the internet and exposed my internet hole to the United Kingdom does not mean that I particularly wanted this virile strain of AIDS, Offcom. But in response to this, and in particular, I was actually genuinely worried about Offcom spying on Brits, because Brits don't seem to take how shitty their country is very seriously. They seem to think everything is peachy fucking keen, except for what they see on the news. And they don't realize until the Bobby is knocking on their fucking door that they're a vassal of the state and they have no fucking rights. Literally, I've been teasing doing a review on Adolescence. The show sucks, so it's really hard to get hyped for that. But one of the things that was like the really big takeaway from Adolescence is that they gave him the caution. And the caution in the United Kingdom is their version of the Miranda rights. I don't know, let's see. I've never Mirandized somebody, so I don't know off the top of my head. But how's it go, chat? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you do say can and will be used against you in a court of law, something like that. Do you know what the caution is in the United Kingdom? I think it's like you have the right to remain silent, but your silence will be taken into consideration in the court. So you have the right to remain silent. They're not allowed to waterboard you into talking. But just so you know, if they ask you, did you kill that guy? And you say, they're going to take that as a yes, potentially. So that's how fucking retarded the UK is. And you don't realize that, like, they don't realize how expensive and complicated their lives will become when the bobbies, who are completely incapable of stopping rape, murder, stabbings, mass looting and theft, public indecency, public defecation, none of that shit they have any control over. So they just take it out on the white people who are docile and complacent. And that's people who read the Kiwi Farms without a VPN. So I blocked all their IPs because I am almost 100% certain that because of our network setup, that the government could spy on people who connect to the Kiwi Farms. And this led some people, and even the British themselves, to say, you let them win, Josh. You let the government win. And that's because what they say here. We have decided not to proceed with issuing an information notice requesting a copy of the written record of illegal content risk assessment conducted in respect to the Kiwi Farms at this time. Let's see. As even it insists, it requires them to take action regardless of origin. So it doesn't matter that I'm an American website and I didn't ask for any fucking Angloids to post on my website. They assert the authority, but while they assert their authority, they are not actually going to take any action because, in their words, let's see. Where's the sense that, where it says the thingy? Sorry, I'm blind, chat. I'm blind and retarded. So you have to deal with me for a bit. Oh, this is the very first paragraph. We note that you have since IP blocked people from the United Kingdom, but then they warn, as explained in our note, the targeting of UK users, for example, promoting ways of evading access restrictions, could be relevant to whether that service has any links to the UK, depending on circumstances. So they warn me. They finger wag really hard and says, we assert authority and we acknowledge that you've complied, but by telling people how to use Cheeky Tor and Cheeky VPN, we may retract that opinion at any time. So this is the British bulldog barking. This is like when Poland gets invaded, and the UK's like, oh no, we have a defensive alliance with Poland. Let's declare war on Germany, and then Poland's like, yes, we got the biggest empire in the whole world on our side. Let's go. Let's hold out really hard until the British get here. The British are coming, fellow Poles. The British are coming. Right, we're gonna sit on our island and we're gonna bark real fucking loud at the fucking Deutsch. All right. And then Poland just gets fucking rolled up in a ball, right? And then they're like, okay, we're going to go invade France and the lowlands now. And they're like, right, we're going to fucking bark extra fucking loud this time. We learned our lesson. And then they do nothing, fucking nothing at all whatsoever. And then France gets rolled up in a carpet too. That is the power, the might, the metal of the British Empire. Watch as they wag their fingers extra hard, as they super mega condemn the annexation of the Sudetenland and then the following annexation of the Czech Republic. Watch as they finger lag at the Polish invasion. Watch as they finger lag extra hard at the French invasion. Watch as they finger lag at the Americans laughing at them and blocking their IP addresses. They've perfected it. It's a technology perfected over 1,000 years, written into the Magna Scata itself. We will fucking finger wag you to death, motherfucker. All right. Anyways, so that's Offcom. Now here's a segment that I think many of you will enjoy. Okay, so first of all, I've been unbanned. Now, why have I been unbanned from Zitter? It's because Zitter has had a change of policy, and Doxers are now actually based. This proud man from Djibouti, who actually lives in North York, Toronto, but is a proud Djiboutian, says, my rape accuser finally killed herself. And then there's a picture of him breaking day chains and shit, a freed man. Then Sadie says, gonna need some pro doxers here. Accuser my ass, you definitely did it. And these are his other tweets. This Djibouti living in Toronto. The amount of drunk women I've gone home with is crazy. It's literally free sex. After I've done my thing, I leave and they don't even know what happened to them, laughing, crying. This is how they dress when they go to the club, proceed to get drunk, sexualize themselves in front of us, and then complain when they get raped, laughing, crying emoji. Dressing like this, you might be next, laughing, crying emoji. At least she was good looking, you wouldn't even qualify, crying emoji, no laughing emoji. So enjoy your enrichment, Toronto. I hope you enjoy. I hope you're satisfied with your election outcome. We will be talking about that a little bit in a second. So obviously, doxing okay, rape is okay, and therefore I, as the lesser of those two combined, not independently, but just combined, I'm also okay. Now, since the black community has endorsed doxing, I might have to withhold my racism segment. I know the racism segment has been a staple part of these streams for many years now, enjoyed by absolutely everybody in my community. But I have recently learned something, chat. I've recently learned something. I have been underselling myself. I have been giving this chat, my stream audience, and the worldwide interwebs as a whole, quality fucking content for free. Literally for free. And I have been shown up, I have been informed that I am a fool. And I should have been I should have been raising my prices. So now, if you guys want a racism segment moving forward, my price starts at $280,000, chat. Because this Libihic retard decided that he was going to amplify this video that he saw. Now, this woman had an incident at a park in Minnesota, in Rochester, Minnesota. All these things happening in Minnesota for whatever reason. And she was put on blast, and her racism was exposed until Tizzy Ent decided that he would help amplify this anti-racist message. Let's take a look at what he has to say. Chat.
Did you call him a child? Did you call the child the word?
Yeah, spoiler alert. While I censor it, she uses that word in this video multiple times. Rochester,
Trigger warning,
Minnesota
chat.
is where this happened. There's a man, we'll just say that he is not white, right? He is at the park with his children. He sees this woman start berating a little black boy, calling him the N-word, and he confronts her.
Like begging the world around him to align. Like, what? She's not recoiling in fear. That's a hate speech, SA. That's a hate speech. Huh.
Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
God help
What does the internet have to say about it? Let me know, Tizzy. What does the internet think?
us. She claims that other child took her son's belongings. That's what kicked this off. The guy who recorded the video is familiar with the other child. When he brings his children there, that child and his siblings are often there and play together. The kid she's going after has autism.
I don't give a shit.
He doesn't behave in a neurotypical way. And even if he didn't have autism, nothing he could have done would justify her calling him slurs and pursuing him physically, which is what she says she was doing before this guy intervened. He said after he stopped...
She did not say that she was pursuing him physically. Maybe to get whatever the fuck he stole from her.
recording, she sat down, hurled more slurs, told him and his wife that they should leave the country.
Base.
And then got on the phone and acted like she was calling someone to come down there and handle things. Fortunately, no one came, and eventually she packed up her child and left. But this woman is a danger to children.
What is danger?
She doesn't need to be on a playground.
This 36-year-old woman is a danger.
And she has at least one child of her own, which is also concerning. So Rochester, Minnesota, someone do me a favor. Take a close look at her tattoos. You can see her face clearly. Someone please tell me who she is.
So this is on YouTube, by the way. This has... I don't think we're able to see because they hide that kind of statistics on this platform, but this has 3,000 comments. So it's probably safe to say this has 100,000 views. Is there a way to see this actually? 206,000. That was pretty close. So just asking, like, can you dox this woman? Can you like hunt her down like a feral fucking dog and put her down? Like, okay, cool. But what does the actual internet have to say, chat? Well, after she was chased out, she started a give, send, go. And her give, send, go was not very successful until Tizzy Ent mainstreamed this with his cheeky little call-out video that got 200,000 views. As it turns out, when you put out a video that gets 200,000 views, it's not always seen by the exact people you would hope it to be seen by, and not with the exact reaction you'd prefer. So when people got a wind of this, they opened up her Give, Send, Go, and they promptly raised $280,000 for her to relocate. So, as I said, I've been over here on the racism grind day after day, doing it for fucking peanuts. And this woman gets a mortgage financed for her. She's not just moving, she's buying. She's getting land. What's that song? Owned by dirt. She's buying dirt, chat. She's going to get the fuck out of Minnesota and buy some dirt. So, they're very funny donations, but let's see. I think that the best of, but the Shiloh Hendrix is a funny name. Shiloh reminds me of RuneScape because there's Shiloh Village, and then Hendrix reminds me of the guy that plays guitar. I don't know if she's related to him. I think he's black, so probably not. Anyways, let's see what the reaction from Tiny Int is about this. You ready?
So this person donated $1,488. 1488. 14 represents the 14 words of white supremacy. And 88 represents the letter HH, which is what they used to say to Hitler when they gave him the Sieg Heil. This person only donated $15, but they said
Sieg Heil. That is how you pronounce that word. Can we educate people on how to say that?
We're coming inward, the word you think it says. This person donated $25 and said, you said what everyone else is thinking. Your bravery is inspirational. This person donated $50 and said, these animals. This one donated $10, white pride worldwide. This person donated $650 and wrote a fucking paragraph, sending my personal support. We're all fatigued and know that rather than changing their behavior, minorities insist on trying to police our words. So what is everybody donating to? This right here. This is not GoFundMe. It's on a site called Give, Send, Go. And if you don't recognize her, there's a video that's going around online. Go look at Tizzy Ent's page. He blew it up. Where
this is a different guy? This is a different guy from this? Is there like an entire phenotype of like lib shit retard hicks with fucking Jack Murphy beards doing call out videos on internet races? What the fuck?
Child took something out of her child's diaper bag at the playground, and because it was a black child, she called the child the N-word, hard ER.
The N-word, hard ER? Hard ER sounds like some random thing that somebody says, you know, like a pirate, like when R, it's like hard ER, matey.
Their man heard her say it and recorded her, to which she said it over and over and over on video. This is what she wrote on her Give, Send, Go page. I called the kid out for what he was. Because the kid, who is probably 2 years older, younger, was black and made her mad, took something from her child's diaper bag, she called it out for what he was. An N-word, hard ER. Which
hard ER.
They all agreed with. Bravery, inspirational, First Amendment rights. How much has it raised? Oh, only 119,000.
Thwetty, let's fact check this. The internet sleuth has fact checked this as inaccurate. We're at 282,000, Thwetty.
Dollars. The year is 2025. This woman called a child, a fucking child.
Hard ER, maybe it's current year, don't you know? The certain words you can't be saying on the playground these days. Arr.
A racial slur. And white people around the country rallied around her, gave her over $100,000, donated using Nazi numerology, made their feelings very clear. And let's be abundantly fucking clear. The white supremacists in the White House emboldens these people. I need you to understand that this Give, Send, Go represents exactly where our country is right now. We've never held white supremacy accountable. White people.
Man, I wish that was fucking true. By the way, I want to say that Gibson Go is the Christian charity that raised the like $500,000 for the Metcalf murderer. That was a big thing that I don't think I brought it up on stream because I didn't feel like dealing with it. I might have talked about it, but the black kid that murdered that white boy in like cold fucking blood, his family raised like over $500,000 for him on Gibson Go, and people were fucking furious with Gibson Go and went after their CEO and said blah blah blah, you gotta debank this. And I took the stance that I always fucking take every single time this issue comes up, and I say I am against debanking. Pure, simple as. It doesn't matter what platform, doesn't matter who, doesn't matter why. If somebody wants to send money to somebody else, there should be no force in the entire fucking world able to stop them from doing so. And everyone got angry at me. And the one thing I remember saying a lot of was, well, you realize when it's a white person, they won't give them the same benefit of a doubt, right? Well, here we fucking go, right? The guy that said that he would do the same for anybody, everybody deserves to have access to a crowd fund for whatever fucking purpose. He was right, and he's kept this up for several days now. It's raised $250,000, and it's just like don't root for debanking because it needs to be like enshrined in the Constitution. You have a right to send and receive money to whoever the fuck you want. Anything short of that is insufficient. So my principles rock fucking solid is what I'm trying to say. I'm the most predictable person on the planet. You show me something, you're gonna know what I want to say about it already because I take the same fucking stance every fucking time. And everybody else is just wishy-washy and guided by feels. They're like those little propeller seeds that come down out of trees when my allergies are acting way the fuck up. You know, those things, but they're just like blown away by the wind. Woo! Where's he gonna land? Oh, who knows? What kind of flow he's got today? Oh, it's pretty heavy. He's gonna land pretty far away from the tree today, chat. Anyways, this is awesome. It's very funny to say. Next, there's so many awesome things. I'm in a good. Are we in a good mood today, chat? I'm in a good mood today, chat. I don't have the X stream up. Let me pull it up real quick. I need to pad my numbers real fucking quick. See, and then where is my? I closed it because I've been on a hiatus from Hex, which, by the way, is entirely my fault. I don't mean to say it like that, but it is like entirely my fucking fault because what happened is that they just wanted me to delete the message. It wasn't even like a 3-day ban. Because what happens is that. I saw it, and they said that once you delete the message, a placeholder thing will appear for 14 days where the message was. And I assumed that was I misread that as a 14-day ban. So it was just a warning that I just had to delete it. So, because I thought if I deleted it, I'd have to wait 14 days. So I just appealed it, and they didn't. They literally didn't even fucking respond to it ever. Anyways, Bossman's out. Bossman broke out? Okay, give me some clips. Post it in the thread. I'll go dumpster diving after, actually, when I get to the segment, because I do have a Bossman segment. Cool. Games journalism. Polygon is tote. It's stabbing. It has been bought by a media conglomerate called Valnet that owns several other games media companies that are apparently not held in very high regard, and almost all of their staff has been let go. This is kind of a weird subplot for this episode because several of the things I'm going to be talking about kind of circle around the idea that Gamergate won in the long term, I guess. As per usual, I have to bring up Gamergate every fucking stream, even though it's been dead for 10 fucking years, because I'm cursed. I'm cursed to be an internet drama man, and I'm cursed to know about internet things. So, Polygon is dead. Many gamers are elated at this news. Here is some list of layoffs. No Return was an absolute giga chat and went through the complete staff list and tried to find out exactly who was fired. And surprise, surprise, everybody. Basically everybody. Let's start with the editor-in-chief, Chris Planta, who skeeted on Blue Skeet. I'm no longer with Polygon. If you're hiring, please consider the many talented writers and editors now on the market. Every one of them deserves a spot on your staff. I won't be talking more about the sale because I wasn't involved. Going to hang out with my kid, taking wins where I can. I think that traditional media is closing the fucking wagon, especially for like lip shit fucking game journalists. Who needs them? Chelsea Stark says, I'm still in shock and so deeply angry about Vox Media's decision to sell Polygon. I am one of the over 20 people laid off today from the best damn website out there. I am so proud of the place we built and the workspace I helped shape. I'm sure I have more to say soon, but processing it now. Nicole Carpenter says, I will say more, but I am no longer have a job. I'm looking for work, as are so many of my amazing colleagues. I have a lot of ideas and things I like to write. I'm really in shock. Michael, let me say their job titles too. Executive Editor Chelsea Stark, Senior Reporter Nicole Carpenter, Correspondent Michael McWhorter, or Werder. That's a hard. That sounds like you have mush mouth when you say his name. Michael McWhorter. I had a great time working at Polygon. Please let me know if you have any cool job openings. That's a nice message. Senior writer Nicole Clark says, don't even know how to put these feelings into words. I've been back at Polygon for just a week after medical leave to a new job after they eliminated the section I used to run, only to get laid off this morning. I didn't know things could still be so shit. I almost lost my husband very suddenly last year and then developed a series of awful injuries from caregiving. I have fought tooth and nail to get back to work, and now this. Well, it sucks to be you. Games writer Cass Marshall. I've been laid off from Polygon. I'm devastated but not surprised. I don't know what's next, but if you have a remote writing gig in any industry, I'm all ears. Editor and curation Toussaint, I think, Egan. By now you probably heard the news. Polygon's been sold. That said, I'm open to new opportunities. If you enjoyed my work and like to work together in any capacity, hit me up. And he posts an anime. It's from Cowboy Bebop, so that's tolerable. Service writer Anna Diaz says, I, among the many folks who got laid off today, don't have anything good or thoughtful to say about it at the moment. Gutted, sad, completely fucked. Fuck Vox Media Management forever. They did this shit on May Day. Vox Media Union forever. I will get to that. May Day is like a communist thing, I think. I don't know that too well. I heard that there were protests on May Days. If anyone gives a fuck about communists, I have to say. Guides producer Ryan Gilliam. I was impacted by this, as was almost all my incredible coworkers. Quit Deputy Editor Service Matthew Reynolds. With today's changes at Polygon, I made the decision to step away. So he was kept, but he decided to quit in solidarity, which, I mean, good for him. Why would you want to stay on that shit-ass fucking company anyways? Blah, blah, blah. Next. Laid off. Guides producer Jeffrey Parkin. As of this morning, I no longer have a job at Polygon. If you know anyone looking for writers, please let me know. Curation editor Peter Volk. Along with just about everyone else at Polygon, I'm now out of a job. Senior video editor Clayton Ashley. Let me know if you know any. If you recognize any of these names as particularly arrogant people, make sure to shout them out in chat. I've been laid off from my job at Polygon while traveling, no less. I'll have more to say next week. Deputy manager editor Samit Sakhar. He says, God damn it, I can't believe I'm going to have to start using LinkedIn. I'll probably have more to say later, but for now I wanted to thank Ethan Gosh and R.C. MacLeod for writing these lovely paragraphs and for juxtaposing them with other ones, because I needed those laughs today. Entertainment editor Tasha Robinson. This morning most of Polygon staff was laid off. And then she advertises Polygon's Blue Skies starter pack. Please follow us. We're out of a job. Our writing is so bad that we can't support our company. Senior copy editor Kali Plaga says, I don't know what to say. I'm just so heartbroken. I really, really love this job and our team. That's a nice message. I'm going to point out the ones that are like not seething and are nice messages. Senior writer in entertainment Susanna Polo. Is that the word for chicken in Spanish? Polo? Sounds like a dish. You want the Susanna Polo? It comes with guacamole. Woke up in a lovely bed and breakfast today on a lovely vacation to find out a place I've worked for just over a decade has been dismembered in minutes. Entertainment reporter Petrina Radulovic says, I'm going to take an afternoon shower, a wellness cure, and cry probably. Editor in entertainment Zasha Milne. These names sound fucking fake sometimes. Zasha. I'm along with many, many people from Polygon getting laid off today. I really, really love to be a TV editor, and I hope to do it again soon. Games editor Zoe Hanna. The number of tearful last days in Slack I've witnessed in my career thus far. I am 30 fucking years old. What's the common denominator between those jobs closing their doors? What's the word? Toots. That's my word to be condescending. Toots. And then a union statement from the Vox Media Union. We are devastated and outraged about today's layoffs, the sale of Polygon, and the loss of the staff across Polygon and New York Mag. We stand with our colleagues at Polygon and New York Magnum in solidarity. Today, the Vox Media Union learned the devastating news that Polygon, home to some of the gaming and geek culture's most beloved and respected journalists, is being sold off to a controversial website, Valnet. As part of the sale, nearly all of Polygon's award-winning staff were laid off. Our colleagues at New York Mag saw additional layoffs today as well. To say that we are outraged and heartbroken is an understatement. This marks the 5th round of layoffs at Vox Media-owned brands in a 6-month period. It has occurred during contract bargaining, in which the company has thus far rejected all of the union's economic proposals and refuses to offer meaningful counters. Well, dude, what the fuck do you think the issue is? Do you think the issue is that the greedy guts just want all the money for themselves, or do you think the issue is that they're fucking broke and they can't afford your retard demands? Well, honestly, it's like they just think that, like, when you start up a C Corp, that it's just like this portal to money, and it just spews all the money in the fucking world, and they can afford to give people whatever the fuck they ask for, as long as you, like, insist it strong enough. Arguably, even more demoralizing is Vox Media's decision to sell Lauded Games website to a company known for allegedly exploitative conditions and for devaluing rigorous journalism in favor of churning out content. Vox Media lack of respect for Polygon's reputation in games media, the hard work and passion of its staff, and the robust community of gamers and fans who support it could not be clearer. Losing Polygon to such a company is not just a loss for Vox Media, but for our industry and lowercase I deserved. Every single one of them, fire them. They were shit. This is a team of fucking writers that write for a living, and they think that the internet, when referring to the global internet, is a improper noun, chat. Fire them. They don't know shit. From a sustainability perspective, it makes little financial... Yeah, it makes little financial sense to sell your fucking company and fire all your staff. I wonder what set of conditions leads to that working out on the calculator. And speaks to a lack of care and consideration for this company and its staff. Yeah, no shit. The Writers Guild of America East and Vox Media Union continue to help our colleagues, blah, blah, blah. We stand with you all in solidarity. Completely fucking clueless. I'm sure it was a spite thing. I'm sure the decision to sell the company to, like, the sleaziest, like, AI slop news sites in existence, I'm sure that's very much a look, because Vox Media owns other sites still, right? So they're like, hey, this is what we did to Polygon. We fired them all, and we sold all of their writing to a slop factory that's going to turn it into GD shitty slop. And if you want that to happen to your writing career, feel free to unionize, because we don't give a fuck. We're at the point where we can just sell our sites to Jeets, and we can just fire you, and then we can retire near a golf course in Florida. Eat shit, retards. And then a couple more. Tabletop senior editor Charlie Hall. I'm no longer with Polygon, my home for nearly 13 years. This guy's been reviewing tabletop games for 13 fucking years on Polygon. I am proud of what my colleagues and I have accomplished over that period. Games writer Tyler Culp. I guess it's my turn to wake up jobless. This is awful. I don't even know what to say. Special projects editor Matt Leone. Apparently I'm out of a job. I can't really complain too much. Polygon was a great place for the last decade plus, but if anyone's hiring, please reach out. Well, what a positive poly, I guess. Commercial writer Alice Jonah V. That is a man. Is that a man? That's definitely a man. Alice Jonah V. She, her, Brooklyn. With a wife. Deserved. Moderator James Elliott. They pay their Jannies? Interesting. Losing the coolest job in the world is not great, but the idea of Polygon going away forever is even more upsetting to me. Well, it's like the bike cook. Like, sure, my bike got stolen, but knowing that he doesn't even ride my bike makes me even sadder. Guides producer Julia Lee. Oh, Julia. Hardy Kiwis? What? This is fucking slander. Hardy... This is definitely a tranny. Tranny avatar is what I'm saying. His Twitter profile says, I love Mika Jugasi. I mainly just retweet art. She, her. This is a tranny. For sure. Soraka one trick. So this guy, he uses a tranime avatar, goes by she, her, and is a one trick Soraka main, which you don't know is a heel slut in League of Legends. So, yeah, that's what's going on there in chat. Oh boy, subs. I don't have a system that properly like highlights subs correctly because it's just like a chat message on the Rumble side of things. I gotta do the thing. Could do for 5 subs. Hard yar. Executive producer Vidya Tara Long. I'm officially unemployed. Yay! There's a little exclamation point there. She's excited. I'm unemployed. Fuck yeah. Senior video producer Patrick Gill. After today, I'm not employed. Also happy. Woo! Social video producer. Oh God, the social media manager. X Tina GG. Feels weird to say, but I were laid off, so now I'm looking for any opportunities. My short form videos got 100 million views in my 3 years at Polygon. 100 million in 3 years? Hold up, let's see. 100 million divided by 365 divided by 3. That is 9,000 views a day. Toots. That's 9,000 views a day for a major media platform, probably across every form of social media imaginable. I'm just saying that's not too impressive. Let's see. Games publisher Polygon and The Verge, Christopher Grant. 14 years ago. Oh my God. I can't believe some of these guys have been here for 14 fucking years. And they rented an office in DC? These guys lived in DC to write video game shit? What the fuck? No wonder why they're bankrupt. Why would you pick the most expensive city in the entire fucking country to host a digital media platform's office? What are you doing? Go set up your office in South Carolina or some shit. What the fuck? And then unconfirmed, executive editor Matt Patches, deputy editor Maddie Myers, managing editor Sadie Jennis, director Russ Fushstick, senior editor Ollie Welsh, editor Ari Notice, editor Cameron Faulkner, supervising producer Simon de Rochefort, senior manager Eliza Gorin. This is everybody. They just wiped it out. And senior SEO manager Alexia Lafata. And then VP Polygon, creative director William Joel and Nick Steinauer. They got wiped. Completely dismantled and destroyed. And I mean, what can we be sad about? This is the quality of games journalism. Sorry, Five Nights at Freddy's creator Scott Cawthorn. Political donations don't work that way. Scott Cawthorn claims to love his queer fans while donating to Donald Trump by Ash Paris. Kotaku next. Kotaku next. Rack them up. Let's get these guys out of here. Like, why are you writing? This is a fucking video game journalist site. Why the fuck are you writing about Scott Cawthorn's political donations? Like, whose fucking business is it, retard? He says he loves his LGBTQ fans, but that's not good enough. He also gotta vote the way we do, too. I thought love is love. Is love not love? I don't think love is love anymore, chat. Love is voting for the correct political party. I don't think love is love. You can, if you vote for Kamala Harris and want to drag gay people behind your truck, that is more love than loving your LGBTQIP plus fans and voting for Donald Trump. So love is not love. Love is voting correctly, Chad. IGN. I think IGN bumps uglies with all the big video game companies right now. So I don't think that's going to happen because they put out those scores that like fluffs the big game companies. I'm pretty sure that they're safe. They're too institutional. Next, on the speaking of our lovely trans and NBs, as Hassan Piker says, what does he say? Ladies, gentlemen, and NBs? Something like that. Something cringe like that. The NHS is now to start testing all children identifying as transgender for autism before diagnosing them or prescribing them any gender-related hormone-blocking therapy, etc. So that's a very interesting interesting development. It's just so crazy how like the UK is so good on the tranny shit, but then everything else about their society is dilapidated and falling apart. It's like they only had a couple skill points, so they just maxed out dealing with troons or some shit. Cool. And kind of related, GitHub. So this requires a little bit of background. So Ruben Sim, I've talked about him multiple streams in a row just because he's a notable listener of the podcast. He's a kind of a large Roblox content creator, and he turned. I guess you can't say turned heel. Someone corrected me and said my usage of turn heel was incorrect. He eventually became an A-log of Roblox, basically. In particular, because as I've said many times before, in Roblox there are erotic roleplay servers for called condos, where children engage in erotic roleplay with what they think is other children, but is oftentimes an adult pretending to be a child. Roblox because Roblox is a publicly traded company, they have said in their investor reports that their user base is 40% under the age of 13. Almost the entirety of their user base is under 18, but half of that, or I think like 60%, is under the age of 17, and the majority of those users are under the age of 13. So these condo servers are like well documented, and Ruben can basically just click around on Roblox. What he does is he just goes to a condo server, he opens up the player list, and then he opens up the profiles, and the profiles are like the most obviously sexual shit. Like the ones that I saw were like Bunny for BBC, like all sorts of weird BBC related shit. You know, it's just like these are kids being like gooner brainwashed, and they're on Roblox having cyber sex with each other. And then I don't think I even mentioned this, but there was a 10-year-old girl in California who was abducted, and she was first met by a 27-year-old Mexican, and she met him on Roblox and then proceeded to get groomed on Discord. So this is just happening out in the open, and apparently these multinational billion-dollar corporations directly funded by Tencent don't have the means to do anything about this, even though they already actively scan all your messages, including your private messages. And they're very, very good at finding out people who say the N-word and banning them in their entire communities, but they seem to have no means whatsoever to stop 10-year-olds from being abducted and raped. It's weird how that works out. So what Ruben did is he got two very young guys that were like friends of his, because he's young himself, and they put together a bot called the Row Cleaner. And the idea is that this accepted submissions. I thought this was automatic, but I've been informed this actually was just manual reporting. It accepted submissions of people identifying ER peers in the Roblox community, and it added their Discord identities to a block list that propagated these bans to 23,000 Discord servers with a combined user total of over 1 million people. And all this block list was for keeping out erotic role players in child-safe communities around a game whose 40% of its user base is under the age of 13. Discord banned his bot, and then Discord complained to GitHub when they open sourced the bot so that the server host could run it themselves instead of relying on his centralized server bot distribution. GitHub then banned his repository, and since then GitHub has deactivated all of the accounts, the Discord accounts belonging to the developers, which includes Ruben Sim and his two friends. And now Discord is threatening them with legal notices. So, as this is probably going to be the first action taken by the society. We're not completely set up yet, but the resources required to do this are minimal. I'm going to help him distribute his bot and the database attached to it, and I'm also helping them with facilitating a legal response to Discord. Because as it just so happens, I know a lot of lawyers just by the ether of being submerged in my world. I know a lot of lawyers all around the entire country at this point. and I'm hooking them all up because even though Ruben's account is very popular, his videos are quite short. And he only publishes sporadically, so he's not like super rich. So I for sure have one volunteer for one of them, and then another for the other, and they're kind of getting hooked up. So apparently I have to explain. Basically, what they're doing, by the way, is they are asserting that the bot discriminated against a protected class of people. And in this case, protected class appears to mean pedophile. And they're also going after any archives of the database and are threatening them with tort violations in California, which is very expensive to defend yourself in. And again, one of the developers is a minor, so they're threatening like a kid. And what they're doing is they're asserting that the database was built with the output of API endpoints. And in their terms of service, it says that if you scrape API endpoints for data, Discord continues to own that data in perpetuity. So once they discontinue your access to the developer tools, you must also delete any information acquired by using their data sets. However, as I've just explained, they acquired almost no data using API endpoints. The only thing the bot did was add bans. And their database was actually compiled completely manually by hand and by user submissions that Discord doesn't own. So they are very falsely accusing that these tools somehow misuse their API to gather data against their terms of service. And they are falsely asserting that the database is built with their copyright. So it's pretty fucking dire. It's pretty fucking disgusting. And I hope that once everything is set up, I can drop a bomb up their fucking ass, and we'll have a nice little shit show. Because Discord is what they're doing. My opinion is they're going hard after like anti-pedophile bots because they are trying to pretend that they don't have a child rape and abduction problem on their platform. And if they just allow people to self-moderate and they had like 100 different anti-pedophile bots on their marketplace, it would look really bad for them. So instead of just dealing with the pedophiles abducting and raping children on their platform, they're just going to go after the bots to pretend that they don't actually have a problem to begin with. Like, why would you need a bot for, like, clearly we don't have a pedophile problem because there's no anti-pedophile bots on our marketplace. So yeah, I intend to fully pursue this for maximum enjoyment of the wider world, I hope. Next. All right, apparently this video is funny. Let's see.
Does your husband call you babe?
I'm not married.
Okay, so even better.
And I don't care.
Okay, so I would like for you to apologize because that is derogatory. And second of all,
Is tranny derogatory to you?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course the fuck it is.
Tranny. Yeah, tranny. If that's derogatory, you are representing.
I'm taking your plant. We're confiscate her plants. Confiscate her plants. She doesn't deserve to have any fucking ferns on this stage. That bigot. If only the gardeners had risen the fuck up and taken all of Hitler's ferns. This never would have happened. Sucks to be a tranny, I guess. Okay, this is Pyro Cynical. Pyro Cynical has said I'm never doing this again, and I almost assure you that he will be doing this again. Here he is, tuned out. I think even Finster, our boy Finster, made a reply. I may not see it because he may have me blocked or something, but Finster replied to this and said this is how it begins or something. So, if you were ever a fan of Pyro Cynical, know that the Gooner pipeline is very real. First, he was just into a little heckin' wholesome furry, and then a little heckin' wholesome brat furry, and now he's trooned out, and it's properly fucking Jover. Okay. Yeah, TT. Sorry, I'm getting notifications because I've contacted like 10 million lawyers in the last 12 hours. Next on the Troon news, I have nothing to say about Pyro Cynical, by the way. I don't know anything about him except that he had he got caught like having furry brap ERP sessions with like underage people on Discord. Speaking of Discord, and his excuse for this was like, look, I'm just 24/7 gooning. If someone comes up to me and says, hey bro, you want a fat furry brap roleplay together, I'm not asking any questions. My answer is yes. And that was his explanation for why he was having ERP with an underage person. So make of that what you will. Hector Martin, our boy. Hector Martin is on my longtime shit list. The Spanish developer of Asahi Linux and the open secret person behind Asahi Lena, a VTuber who talks in a very thick Spanish accent and happens to agree with Hector Martin in every way, shape, and form. Hector Martin was the original person who announced that Bew committed suicide and did so in such a sloppy and shitty way while blaming the Kiwi farms exclusively. And his issue right now is that he found out that so he's like a real developer. He's like a Spurg developer. So he knows how to program and he's made useful things that people actually use. But he is like a retard and he's been, as the kids say, crashing out recently because the entire free and open source software developer community has decided that he is persona non grata because he's such an annoying dipshit. And it's not that they just decided that overnight. Hector Martin has had a history of trying to cancel other useful developers for the most minor infractions and offenses to his feelings, to the point where nobody actually cares about him at all. And so he's been slowly shutting down all of his projects under various pretenses to try and punish the world for not allowing him to have free and total control over who is and is not allowed to contribute to certain projects. And his latest shutdown has been his development of the project. What is it called? It's called the Wii something. HBC. Oh, the Homebrew Channel. Okay, sorry. I thought I had the word Wii in it. The Homebrew Channel. And the Homebrew Channel is an app that you can flash onto your Wii, the original Wii, and you can use that to do whatever you want to the Wii, basically. And basically, if you've ever wanted to change your Wii, you would have to first install the Homebrew Channel and then use that to activate whatever modifications you're trying to implement, any changes to the Wii. So he wrote this out, and it uses something called libogc, and he says that libogc included code borrowed from another open source project without crediting them. And because of that, he considers his own work a derivative of stolen code, and therefore it's unethical for it to continue existing. So he's locked down his thing that people find very useful, that like to modify or rice their Wiis. And so he's trying to take their toy away from them to punish them for not doing what he says. But obviously he must be like a control freak or something. He must be somebody who, if he doesn't have absolute control over something, he's not happy. And since everyone has just collectively decided that they had enough of his shit because he's like a shit spewing retard, that he's now trying to find whatever he can to like pull out of his own work history to try and punish those people for doing so. So very awesome to see. He sucks so much, and this is so pleasing to me. And kind of in that same vein, we have an update on Queen Kafals. Queen Kafals has been streaming again, and this time we have some very interesting angles of Queen Kafals. Let's see, this is Queen Kafals from the side. Appears to be investigating an electrical outlet plug. Interesting. Queen Kafals turned around. We got a nice little shape right here. You got the back shape and then the head and the neck. Very interesting shape, silhouette. He stood up, and now this user, I gotta reprimand this user really hard. So this guy, he posted this picture of this groiper, and he's trying to make a comparison between this the Groiper and Queen Kafals, but I think that's completely wrong. That's completely inappropriate. I feel like actually his body shape is much closer to this. Wait, get to the good part. Where's the good part? I thought this was the part that was like... Come on. Don't fuck me over. Where's the good part? Oh, this is just the original. There we go. Yeah, that's perfect. Dude, I nailed that. This is what we're looking. We're not looking at a Groiper. That's stupid. We're looking at a Bigchungus, chat. It's a Bigchungus. I can identify the Bigchungus phenotype, okay? Kafals also... I don't know what's in. I don't know why I even queue this up. We're gonna see. Maybe it's interesting. I always like some Queen Kafals suffering, and then I have a special video to play to go through.
I came streaming so I could afford to be in therapy because I just talked to my lawyer again. The lawyer who took me on for my case against the London police. Right before I left Ireland, he said that the case is gonna be starting next year. Finally, after like years of waiting. And I don't even want an apology anymore. Like, I don't give a shit what they say. None of this is based in morality or virtues anymore. I just want them to pay my fucking medical bills. That's all I want. That's all I care about. Pay my medical bills. 'Cause they fucked up my life and made me have to go through extensive therapy. And I came back to streaming to pay for therapy because it's expensive.
Well, they fucked up your life, huh?
So I appreciate the support with that.
They fucked it up, all right? Just them. Nobody else. Nobody else contributed to your own psychological torment and downfall. No substances either. That's gonna be, dude. I know the London police are never gonna do anything like that, but it would be so awesome if they were like, you have to show that the medical expenses that you've incurred are the result of PTSD and not because you became chronically addicted to every fucking drug that ever existed for months. You know what I mean? He'll probably get what he wants. London, Canadian taxpayer, this is where your money's going. You got to pay up. Queen Kafals doesn't even want to apologize. He wants the money. And one other funny thing. This is kind of related to the Canadian election happened, and it was a little bit more interesting than I had expected because it was basically a toss-up between the Conservatives and the Liberal Party, and it was very close. And at times it was like a mere seat apart, and it was very, very close. But in particular, the big news that kind of really shook people was that the New Democratic Party, which was ultra far left, lost almost all of their seats. They're now in single digits again, and I think they've had more than 40 seats before in the past. There is a very famous Canadian politician that everybody likes to make fun of called Jagmeat Singh. And yes, that is his name. I'm not being racist. Jagmeat lost, and he literally broke down in tears on stage. He was the leader of the NDP, and he lost his seat, which means that he will no longer be the leader of the NDP. He resigned. However, our boy Jagmeat is of interest to me in particular, not just because he's a gross Jeet, not just because he lost in a humiliating, spectacular fashion. Jagmeat personally came out and said this: trans folk, and especially trans activists, deserve the freedom to make themselves heard, not to be doxxed or swatted, arrested at gunpoint, and dead-named repeatedly. Nobody deserves this. Support trans activists. Support Kafals. This guy came out in support of Queen Kafals and denounced the Quickie forums and said that we were a heckin' dox or swatter, which is not true. And now he's lost his chair and has cried on national television, chat. Isn't that fascinating? Isn't that fascinating? I think it's fascinating, chat. I put it on the stream because I think that's fascinating, chat. Next. Queen Kafals, I was aware of this prior to this being published because Queen Kafals magnanimously announced to the world that despite wanting a zero drama lifestyle and no drama streaming whatsoever, that he would be contributing to an expose video on Brianna Wu. So no heckin' drama, no more heckin' drama for Queen Kafals. Straight and narrow, just doing wholesome fishing tranny streams, fishy glub tranny streams moving forward. No drama. But I'm also going to take a little detour to do a drama video on Brianna Wu. And this video is a 2-hour-long drama video on Brianna Wu. It's no different than any other fucking locale video that's ever been made, ever. The only difference is it's made by a tranny. And it is virtue signaling out the fucking ass. But when it comes down to the content, the tranny does not hold back whatsoever. Basically goes through everything from in Brianna Wu's life, from lying about being a woman, to being an autogenophile in college, to being a nuisance in college. There's one thing in particular I have never seen before, and I know that Brianna Wu is irrelevant now, but when the Kiwi Farms was very small, one of the most prominent members on the forum, Zedkiss, was obsessed with Brianna Wu. He was very, 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 very good at using the phone book, and it was like his white whale to find undeniable, irrefutable evidence that Brianna Wu was transgender. Even though everyone knew it, he wanted the undeniable link between John Walker Flint and Brianna Wu, to the point where he narrowed down what courthouses the name change could have taken in rural Kentucky at a time where they did not have internet access. So he literally sent a Kentuckian out to dig through boxes of archives in several different rural courthouses in Kentucky, and we couldn't find this fucking document. We really, really, really went all out to try, he in particular went all out to try and prove before Brianna Wu came out years later. And unfortunately for him, he never found it, and then he spurged out and got banned. Long story short. Also, at the time, we ran a wiki that was short-lived. It was basically only edited by a guy called Jamos. And Jamos was like super big into Gamergate. He was like our Gamergate ambassador back in the day when it was like a big active thing, and I was active in HN. He basically wrote the locale wiki himself. So as a result, it was like 90% dedicated to Gamergate and the people involved in Gamergate, in particular, Brianna Wu. If you look at the archives for locale.wiki, you will find some of the most comprehensive articles ever written on Brianna Wu. So even though Brianna Wu is a nobody and has always been a nobody, he was a big point of interest during Gamergate, especially to people very obsessed with the truth. The people who like to go, well, that's not factual, is it? Those kinds of people, they really, really wanted to epically own Brianna Wu. And now all those chickens have come home to roost because Brianna Wu has pissed off the left, and his former friends are very eager to take shots at him. So this tranny goes over the entire timeline of Brianna Wu from the, as I mentioned, the earliest years where he's just an AGP in college and chimping out in the offices of comic authors. A lot of this shit, I'm telling you, is sourced from the forum or from the locale wiki. He doesn't say that, of course, but he does kind of bitch and moan about something, and that's kind of funny. Now, this is definitely the video that Kafals was talking about, but he's not in it. And I am pretty convinced that at some point he realized that he was setting himself up for failure by getting involved in drama again. There are 2 anonymous authors in this. One is Anonymous A and the other is Anonymous B. And I think Anonymous B is the one who worked at the Progress Pack with Chank Yogurt and also worked with Brianna Wu directly. And I am convinced that is Kafals. And at some point, probably after I made fun of him, he decided that he would not put his name on his contributions to this. So he backed out. However, I sat through, I watched at 2x speed, an entire fucking tranny documentary about Brianna Wu. And just so that my time was not completely wasted, we'll go over this together. I took out a mercifully few timestamps from this. And we will partake. Let's see. Okay. 4:30. So this is kind of like the thesis of the video, basically.
She placates these figures by essentially saying they're right that some trans people are evil and are grooming kids, but not all trans people, not the transes like Brianna. And as I'll show, this is just the latest in a long line of what sure look like shifting grifts for Brianna Wu. During her time in the spotlight, she has had many titles from congressional.
Okay. If you're in chat, you're just gonna have to get this out of the way right now. Go to your keyboard and press Shift, period, and then the letters SEH while holding down the Shift key. Then let go of the Shift key and press Enter. You may do this as many times as you please. Let's just get her done. Get her done right now.
Candidate to game developer to artist, question mark citation needed, and at every step of her journey, she has managed to claw her way to slightly more relevancy, leaving a long list of enemies in her wake. I'm not going to sugarcoat my words. I want to be as clear as possible why I took on this project. If there's a thesis to this video, it's this. From everything I've found, from all the information available to me, and that I've heard from firsthand sources, Brianna Wu is a volatile liar and a fraud, and should have no future in any kind of political analysis or creative endeavor, let alone representing any group of people.
So let's just take a moment. I know you got jump scared by this. Let's take a moment to appreciate how much the caricature of trannies from Shrek 2 is like. This guy is like Dead Ringer. He just needs brown hair. Let's take a look at what's going on in the background now. We got some man-child shit. We appear to have some Satan shit. We have some anime shit, of course. A lot of anime shit, actually. Some video game shit. And then I don't know what the fuck that anime thing is on the microphone, but to me that's very suspicious, chat. It's not to mention that he is a hulking she-beast is the word I'm looking for. Okay.
Because there are so many concurrent themes running in her story, this video will kind of be all over the place by necessity. There's no way to talk about the totality of Brianna's various controversies without jumping between them to show the decades-long patterns of her behavior, but I promise, it's all leading to the overall point: Brianna Wu should never be taken seriously by anyone. I haven't just trawled through old forums and found some dirt. I've spoken with several anonymous sources that knew her, interacted with her directly, and even worked with or under her. None of them had very nice things to say, by the way. In fact, most people I've talked to who worked with Brianna don't seem to. Brianna Wu is not a genuine
Kafals,
person.
Queen Kafals, I'm a little bit disappointed in you. After trying to epically own us and take us down forever, it appears even your closest friends who you work with on expose videos have to resort to using forums to find out their hot goss on Brianna Wu from, gosh, about 10 plus years ago. There's not a lot of forums out there that have been around for more than 10 years that have tons of information on Brianna Wu. Isn't that a little bit hypocritical of you, Queen Kafals, to be dabbling in some forums? Interesting. I guess when it's politically expedient to your ends, I guess certain things are permitted. This is Wu's art style, by the way.
And yes, of course, we have to talk about the MLK Terminator with the KKK Ninja Girls.
Okay, so I had never seen this before. If I have, actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, I think Zed showed it to me at some point, and I didn't really appreciate how fucking funny it was until years later. It has been so long since I've seen this that it really came as a surprise.
There's just no other way to describe it. This piece was apparently the cover for Crossed Genres and was accompanied by this blurb from her husband Frank Wu in 2009. Quote, Brianna went to University of Mississippi, where a famous race riot took place. Thus the building is the Lyceum, where you can still see the bullet holes in the columns. As one of the lone liberals on campus, Bree wanted to do her own commentary on it. So, we see Martin Luther King with a rocket, but it's okay because he's a Terminator. And we also see KKK members, but they're all sexy ninja girls in skimpy white outfits. And now that MLK is free at last from his fleshy shell, he's going to kick their butts. 60s girls in go-go boots and jetpacks fight alongside. Remember when I said she lacked political instincts?
Okay, so if you've never seen Brianna Wu's art, this is very, very typical. It's not very good. And what Brianna Wu considers to be a sexy woman is a woman that would be a main character in a Korean video game. And also with the most unrealistic Barbie doll proportions ever. It's kind of hard to overstate how this cannot exist. Someone like this would not be able to walk. These proportions are unrealistic, but this is what Brianna Wu has always drawn. The characters that are present in his college artwork all the way through Revolution 60 is the same kind of very spindly, anorexic, scantily clad woman, which I assume is what Brianna Wu considers to be what a woman is.
Mostly conservative. She now argues against trans people, quote, invading women's spaces, and argues in favor of essentially seeing trans women as fetishistic men, promoting no shortage of ideas that provably put queer people and trans people in danger. And she does all of this unironically, despite the fact that, as you can see here, she spent several years, over a decade in fact, depicting herself as a biological woman.
Okay, so it's okay if you do it ironically, though. I do it everything that I do, irony, sarcasm. It's a parody, chat. Okay, this is an important piece to the Brianna Wu lore, though.
And using that pretense to position herself as a voice on women's issues.
I think I pass reasonably well, but when I go to the gym, I shower at home just because if someone can tell I'm trans, I don't want to upset them. I think women deserve the right to say, no, we don't feel comfortable with you in our space. So I would say to my sisters out there, I understand that it can be dehumanizing the way that we're treated sometimes. The way that TERFs talk to us is it's brutal. It is cruel. It is so mean. But we will get so much further with getting goodwill from the public, with humility and grace and trying to get people to buy in and for them to see our humanity than we will by forcing them.
In pieces like this and myriad Gamergate interviews and articles she would write, she never discussed her status as a trans woman, only depicting herself as someone who's always been a biological woman. Could this be because at each point in time, depicting herself a certain way was, at least in her mind, guaranteed to get her maybe a little bit more attention? For example, depicting herself as a cis woman during the perils of Gamergate, and now coming forward as a trans woman to lend credibility to her political arguments against other trans people.
What's funny is that every single thing this dude's saying is exactly what people said during Gamergate, and he has to continue to call Gamergate this unhinged, certified, verifiable white supremacist anti-feminist movement that was just there because people really hate black people and women in video games. It most certainly was not. I was there. However, what's really funny is that Brianna Wu is coming across completely reasonable, and even if you don't want troons around at all, which is an understandable position to take that I may be empathetic with, or sympathetic with, because I think the word empathy has been abused to the point where people forget what it means. The main fact is completely accurate, that if trannies were less unhinged and more reasonable and more willing to accommodate women, like real women that people care about, then they probably wouldn't be getting their shit kicked in so fucking hard. But the problem is that this video was very amusing to me, and only me, so I apologize if you're not too into it, but this is very fascinating to me due to my history and the long history on the internet, because it is effectively a video where both parties are able to land critical hits, like what Brianna Wu says, even if it's not made in earnest, is completely true. And then everything that the tranny says in response to Brianna Wu, to try and show, like, look, he's saying these things to get clout, but that he's a complete fucking hypocrite liar, because for his entire life he's been a complete fucking hypocrite liar, so he's just lying on his ass to get brownie points with Tim Pool. You're like, wow, you're right also. So it's like both sides, they're scoring critical hits on each other left and right, and it's just like two glass cannons firing away. I'm like, wow, this is awesome. And it's awesome in like a very Kino way. It's been a buildup of 10 plus years of watching Brianna Wu be Brianna Wu, completely unaccountable to anybody whatsoever. And now I'm watching this, I'm like, God, that's fucking awesome. So I'm enjoying it, and I like to share the things that I enjoy with my chat. 254. I don't have a note for this.
Also notable for Brianna pre-Gamergate was her time spent on Susan's Place, where she was a moderator. I had no idea what this place even was before sifting through Brianna's past, But apparently it was a notorious forum that caters primarily to an incredibly outdated view of trans people, in particular medicalizing transness and trans identities as a disorder.
So that is the main crux, that no people who want to identify as trans should have no limits whatsoever placed on that identification. They don't have to try to pass, they don't have to get surgery, they don't have to take hormones. If they want hormones, they should be allowed to get them without any questions asked. And that's outdated. And that's precisely why troons are losing everything everywhere. I just thought I'd include that. Okay, skip ahead all the way to 45, 43. If I don't say it out loud, I will forget it, as I am brain damaged.
Yet, as a woman in the game industry, she took it upon herself to taunt and mock the Gamergate dorks she saw as basement-dwelling losers. In fact, she spent a lot of time and effort trying to goad people into engaging with her online. I don't want to make it sound like she didn't get any harassment, by the way, but there is overwhelming evidence that Brianna continually went out of her way to poke and prod the Gamergate forums, which you can see in these tweets from October 10th, 2014. You can see from these tweets she starts the mocking around 10:30 a.m., and by 4:30 p.m., she announces the same day that 8chan has doxed her, and proceeds to talk about fleeing her home with her husband for fear of violence.
Sorry, it's dox. You gotta say it really whiny.
Particularly pointing to threats not from 8chan, but from a Twitter account, Chatter Whiteman. 3 days later, Brianna had an interview on the front page of Cosmopolitan. Soon enough, the list of her interviews would encompass the Boston Globe, Verge, Polygon, Huffington Post, VentureBeat, Daily Mail, BuzzFeed, Six Axis, and like a dozen others, all focused on the narrative that this Gamergate harassment campaign had driven a game developer from her home. Now, this is anecdotal, but I spent hours Googling, gathering, and searching for interviews done by Anita, Brianna, and Zoe during this time. When it was active in 2014 and the year or so following, with rare exceptions like an appearance on a talk show from Anita, almost all of Quinn and Sarkeesian's interviews came years after the harassment campaigns that were threatening them and their families' lives. Brianna wasn't like that. For as much hate as they received and were targeted for, they very obviously wanted to try and continue living their lives, and were hesitant to be cast as some kind of ideological leaders on the front lines.
Think these guys might be gay?
Despite not being given much of a choice. Compare, for example, Anita being quoted as saying it's frustrating to be known as a survivor of Gamergate, and then Brianna continuing to wear it as a badge of honor, to this day proudly touting her facing down the internet hordes as an achievement.
I'm a former game developer, and I think most people know me from Gamergate. I remember during Gamergate, there was this expansionist thing that it wasn't enough to talk about the number of women we were hiring in the game industry. Now we had to obliterate whiteness as something that we were featuring in games. And I'm like, it's a little bit extreme, but we'll go along with it. So it was just one more step after another.
I'm not saying Brianna was never harassed or sent death threats, but the speed with which she not only entered the conversation, but went from nobody knowing her name to apparently needing to flee her house for fear of her life, all the while she continued speaking up, is so wildly at odds with what you see from Zoe and Anita. That's just a fact. You can take it however you want. Oh, and let's not forget the fact that she talks shit about them later in some DM.
So I played that entire bit just to show you that Gamergate was right. Literally, everybody said when this was happening, like, this person, nobody knows who they are. Nobody knows what they do. We've not even had a thread on them. I think when Brianna Wu was first starting to talk about getting doxxed and getting, like, he was already getting interviews with publications about being doxxed. And we had the capacity on 8chan to look at the archive of threads and make the determination that nobody, literally nobody on 8chan had talked about Brianna Wu before he was getting interviews. And everybody just didn't care. They just wanted to run with this fucking narrative. And he even says that. They wanted to run with the narrative of women in games being chased out. So they just ignored the fact that it was false. And that was Gamergate. That was the entire, crux of it. All these articles saying something that was not true, that undermined people. This is, dude, I can't stress enough. During Gamergate, all those young people who were active on Chan boards were completely unawake. They were asleep at the wheel, coasting through life, and they had no reason to doubt the meta-narratives of the world around them. And journalism was still essentially trusted by most people. And then all of these articles came together and colluded and lied just so blatantly in a way that could easily be refuted by experience and by looking at the primary source. And they lied in a way that propagated to Wikipedia and became the cemented facts about Gamergate. And you saw it in real time, this like web of nepotism like binding around you and trying to destroy something that and make it something that it wasn't. And you were just like, how is this real? And of course, it leads to this realization that if they're willing to lie about something as petty and stupid and inconsequential as video game journalism, what else are they lying about? And that became the Holocaust for many of those people. So if you want to know why a bunch of people my age and younger are completely unhinged and hate the media and hate the establishment, it is literally because a bunch of retards on the internet decided to lie about their fucking video game movement 10 years ago. That's what happened. Let's see. Okay. 5832. I'm cutting out all this shit for you guys. Just watching a little bit. I appreciate he doesn't try to do a woman voice at all, and it's just like a gay guy, because that's way easier to tolerate listening to.
Because she made...
By the way, I have no idea what this says. I think that he's wearing a see-through, skin-tight, flesh-colored shirt, and then he has like a tattoo that's down there. I don't know what that says.
...a TV dinner once and didn't burn the brownie. She likes to, let's say, stretch the truth, if that wasn't obvious by now. For example, like how she would depict threats against her life, even when the same threats had long been revealed to be jokes. After an obvious online troll,
this is an awesome point.
Several tirades trying to challenge Brianna to a street race, Brianna continued to claim he was threatening her life. It would later be revealed that Jace was merely a troll character being played by comedian Jan Rankowski as an elaborate absurdist bit. I'm not saying it's a good bit, this all seems very stupid, but that doesn't change it being intended as a joke, and more importantly, that Brianna wasn't actually in real danger, and she knew this. Despite this revelation, Brianna would continue to hold up this joke as a legitimate threat on her life, even announcing she had contacted the FBI over it. She also appeared on the Sci-Fi Channel in an interview for the program The Internet Ruined My Life, where she cried over these very same jokers and how they'd been trying to kill her. The episode aired in 2016, well after the hoax had been exposed, by the way.
We spent about a week and a half out of our house, and at a certain point, you can't live out of a hotel forever.
Interestingly, this segment is actually directly at odds with a 2015 Inc. interview, which states that she spent the better part of a month, not just a week and a half on the run. Just one of the many ways her story kind of just changes over time when it comes to fleeing her house.
This man himself sent me a very specific, terrifying video.
This is my car, and now the piece of shit is crashed.
Where he claimed he had crashed his car on the way to my house. It is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. Where he swears he's gonna deliver justice to me in his own hands. It made me feel so helpless.
So, being as charitable as I can be, I'm willing to extend the graceful idea that Brianna might have misspoken or been rattled by the harassment and doxing. People get details mixed up, it happens. But as the inconsistencies between Brianna's stories and other evidence mounts, it gets a lot harder to be so charitable. And it's truly regrettable that nobody was willing or likely able to question her stories for fear of being aligned with a verifiable hate movement of antisocial weirdos like Gamergate.
If only there was somebody out there trying to hold Brianna Wu accountable and actively debunking every single bullshit thing he said over years, one after the other. If only somebody out there was doing that. Oh no, except Gamergate, fuck them. And fuck forums. Whatever they may be. Fuck those guys. By the way, the FBI call thing was real. Brianna Wu did call the FBI on Jace, and Jace was interviewed by the FBI, and then after that he kind of dropped it because he pissed off the feds by making his silly video. So that part should have asked the forum guy instead of Queen Kafals, because I know a little bit more about the B Wu than Queen Kafals might. The FBI call was definitely real. There was probably a very real period where Brianna Wu thought this guy was legitimate, as did everybody else. And by the way, I've told this before, but that car accident was real. He was driving in the snow. He went off the street. And then his first instinct as a dedicated Sam Hydian comedian was to pull out his phone and make an in-character video to capitalize on how he was street racing Brianna Wu to the grave. Truly dedicated. The sad part of that is when Jan was a child, he had chronic seizures. And he hit his head in the playground. And that cured his seizures. This is his story, by the way, but I really believe it. And then throughout his entire life, he had no more seizures until that car accident where he was in debilitating, or having debilitating seizures, chronic seizures, one after the other. So a very, very tragic video. One of the most important videos in the Kiwi Farms history. It was so critical to so many different thread points that I actively cared about at that time. Okay, this part continues a little bit longer.
Because Brianna Wu's long history of having a persecution complex, which, again, we've seen in her college days and forums, truly came to the forefront in these months. The result is that now most of the journalism, using the term very loosely here, is from outlets like fucking Breitbart. But they are reporting on verifiable sources, so I have to rely on them for this nightmare. Meanwhile, many more progressive-leaning outfits were outright just okay having Brianna Wu just completely structure and create her own narratives with very little oversight, giving full control to her to ostensibly weave whatever narrative she wanted to, and being that a lot of coverage of Gamergate wasn't from people actually inside the game industry, but mainstream publications looking to cover the sensationalism behind stories like women game devs forced to leave their house, there wasn't a lot of oversight or curtailing for Brianna's narratives.
God, it really sounds like there's an ethical issue at the heart of all these video game journalist outlets. Isn't that strange? That there's this ethical issue in video game journalism? Somebody should do something about that. That sounds like a fucking problem. You got these people just lying and nobody's holding them accountable. Oh dear. Okay, I don't have an endpoint for this one, so I'll let it play out as long. There's something that he says here, I think. 49.
Outlets when that game came out. Again, in sharp contrast to Zoe and Anita, Brianna continued to insert herself into all kinds of online drama, drumming up conflict with Total Biscuit, causing a row over an article about how Samus from the Metroid series is actually trans, and plenty of other small one-off online scuffles that I don't really care about reiterating when the point is she very obviously just relished the spotlight. And with that spotlight, especially after fleeing her home, she soon garnered the scrutiny of online communities like Kiwi Farms.
By the way, does not elaborate whatsoever. I think that he intended to say a little bit more about Kiwi Farms, but at this point, it just drops suddenly, and then it's never brought up again. So I feel like during the talk with Queen Kafals says you have to not bring up Kiwi Farms at all in any way, shape, or form. And then he just accidentally left that part in. And I'm somewhat justified in saying that because that it was like an accident because of this part right here.
Now, it turns out that's probably from Rebellion Pack's relationship with vendors like Digital Strategy Group, which received over $100,000 from the pack in 2024. Digital Strategy Group is owned by Eric Coates and Sam Jacobson. Who also own
Flubbed line! We have an outtake in the intake! We got an outtake in the intake, chat! Embarrassing, chat. My original theory about that being accidentally left in, I believe is true. Okay, let's rewind this. 1:11:32. I don't know how long this is supposed to. I forgot to clip this.
First person. Before I move on, I need to talk about Chloe Segal. I want to be clear, I do not want to sensationalize Brianna's relationship to Chloe. But during this period, trans game developer Chloe Segal had a public falling out with Brianna, claiming that Brianna ruined her life and refused to help her. Chloe sadly ended up taking her life in DMs that would later be leaked. I think Brianna comes across as less than sympathetic in the midst of Chloe breaking down and pleading with her. Again, I want to be very clear here. I bring this up mostly so that there isn't 1,000 comments talking about this piece of internet lore and trying to blame it on Brianna. I think at the end of the day, Chloe was a deeply troubled person and didn't get the comfort and support all people should have when going through some really hard shit. And when people feel helpless and like there's nowhere else to turn, sometimes it can end very badly. And I also won't pretend to know what it's like to have someone you know do that and then spend the rest of your life wondering if there was more you could have done.
Okay,
I imagine that is what Brianna struggles with, and she doesn't need any other kind of invective to deal with around this particular issue if that's the case.
That's bullshit. Brianna didn't give a fuck. In case you're wondering, Chloe Segal, and I agree with the opinion that Chloe Segal was not driven to suicide by Brianna Wu. Chloe Segal was very, very abrasive to all people around him. He committed suicide when he was made homeless because he pissed off his roommates so hard, they evicted him. I forget exactly what it was, but it was like, Chloe Segal was like really nasty to people trying to support him. He systematically alienated a lot of his like friends over time before he died, and that's why he killed himself. And you know that's why he killed himself, because when he killed himself by setting himself on fire. And before he did so, he read a public statement in a park where people heard him, and the witnesses said that it was some diatribe about homelessness and mental health in the United States not being treated. So nothing to do with Brianna Wu, but yeah. Okay, 138:14. By the way, I've had somebody try to paint me as I did a person stream on Chloe Segal. And my outro music choice for that stream was Danny Brown. I am the god of hellfire, and I bring you fire to undo all you've learned. Fire. It was a good choice. It was very thematic, and the lyrics were actually pitch perfect. It could not have been a better song. And for some reason, I was called a bad person for this. I'm sorry that I have good taste. Actually, you know what? I'm not sorry for having good taste.
Opportunistic liar. Well, Brianna would try and save some face by saying the leaked photos were out of context and limply try and take some form of accountability once she's actually backed into a corner. This kind of mean girl gossip is a common occurrence with her. In other DMs, like this,
I'm enjoying my tranny
out
content.
Other activists,
You'll suffer
like
through it.
Alejandra Caraballo as toxic, citing everyone Brianna knows who's worked with.
Okay, this part is important. See, there's a reason why. I know it's a tranny, but you have to suffer through it, because watch. Okay. So Brianna Wu is fighting with their allies. But let's take a look at, number one, Alejandro Caraballo is the embarrassing tranny that got dumpstered in front of Congress. And then there's this one. So Brianna Wu is talking to someone about Aaron Reed. Aaron Reed is another volunteer with Liz Fong Jones. And you can even see this. This is glossed over, but this is why I think Kafals was involved, because Brianna says, I consider his a friend, so I'll just say this. I support Alejandro, but he is widely considered toxic by everyone I know because he's a fat retard tranny that flubs every fucking thing he attempts to do. The last call I had with him, he was shitting all over another friend for reasons that seemed both stupid and petty. And then Kefal says he used to, I think this is Kefal, he used to constantly beg me for retweets, LOL. And then Brianna says, Aaron is the least toxic of the Liz Fong Jones, Fong spelled incredibly wrong, club, but he's cut from the same cloth. So this is like a little peek into something I've never seen before. This is the crumbling of Drop Kiwi Farms, where suddenly the Liz Fong Jones clique of Alejandro Caraballo and Aaron Reed, all three of those trannies, by the way. And then you got Queen Kafals and Brianna Wu on the other side. Really just fucking awesome. I never thought I would get to see little glimpses like this into the Ontagang of
Alejandra Caraballo as toxic, citing everyone Brianna knows who's worked with her. In that same breath, she accuses Aaron Reed of being cut from a toxic cloth and says that a group she's part of lacks integrity. We saw earlier how she shit-talked Destiny, but that's not the only person she worked with.
A group. You mean in Kiwi Farms. Is the group that you're referring to, Zitter. Okay. There's like 3 or 4 more things. Only a couple minutes left, I promise. 38:14. Wait, no, I already watched that one. 148:50.
Yes, it's the
Okay, so that was like a frame from Brandon Wood does a podcast called like The Dollhouse or something, and it's him and two other trannies that are like base conservatard Blair White trannies, basically.
gender activists advocating for their rights in healthcare, and not at all the pocket industry of conservatives dedicated to painting a target on a marginalized group, as the Democrats did literally nothing to stem the tide of hate. You're such a good political maverick, Brianna.
Oh, and I've had so many conversations with people. They don't like Trump, but they don't like the Democratic elitists.
A lot of this video is political. And I've actually, I've spared you some of the most political stuff. In particular, Brianna Wu, and I heard this completely by incident. I'll give you guys a reprieve from the video for a second. Because I got a request from Gabe Hoffman. Not really a request, he just sends me shit, hoping to slide it in. But now that I'm on the tangent, I guess I will show this. Brianna Wu has become an extraordinarily pro-Israeli person. I think I have two Zits here that I will show. So Brianna Wu says, I saw something awful in Jerusalem today. This is from April 30th, so I guess he's currently in Jerusalem, or in Israel. 2 Palestinian boys trying to stone a stray dog to death. The dog looked like it was starving to me. It shook me, and I refused to pretend I didn't see it happen just because it complicates somebody's political narratives. Then he says, to celebrate Israel's Independence Day, homosexuals have set up dance parties all along the Tel Aviv beach. I've been to 2 today, about to hit my 3rd. People are calling me home. My people are calling me home. I guess Brianna Wu now identifies as Jewish because he's from Kentucky. He's from like a good old boy Southern Kentucky family. He's not Jewish, but I guess we're now pretending that he's Jewish. So my congressional bid failed, so now I'm going to be the most ultra Jewish person that I can possibly be. But a lot of this video that I've been showing you is just like pure slop in regards to the Palestine conflict, and it's just like, I don't give a fuck, and actually nobody gives a fuck.
Faith arguments or based in reality. Effectively, she is re-gifting to her audience the same framework that is actively being used against people like her, except she's trying to cinch the frame a little tighter so she's not in the picture. The reality, again, very evident to most people in marginalized communities, is that Kamala and Biden left those marginalized communities out in the cold in the 2024 campaign. Another reason Brianna can't talk about the real reasons Kamala failed is that Kamala supported the overwhelmingly unpopular ongoing genocide in Gaza, something Brianna bloodthirstily supports.
Okay, so his political takedown of this is that Brianna Wu's political opinions are that A, the Democrats did not support trannies enough, and that B, the Democrats supported Israel. Well, number one, you're never going to get a party in the United States that is elected that does not support Israel, so you can stop fucking crying about that. Trust me, the heckin' chuds have been crying about that for a long-ass time, and even they can't get that done. And then the other one is completely untrue, but untrue in a way that makes me so extraordinarily happy. Like, this guy truly honestly believes that there is so much popular support for trannies right now that if the Democrats just double, triple down on trannies even fucking harder, they will surely win in the midterms and the next presidential election. So I support this guy and his hot political takes a million times. We need more of that. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Trans sisters. We need to canvass more. We need to talk to our elected politicians and let them know just how important defending trans rights is.
The various podcast episodes that some might find vaguely strange, like when she talks about being in a medically induced ketamine hole, and that led her on a spirit journey where she was told she'd never be a woman.
That way of like doing your line, I just realized is very iDubbbz inspired. Like, if you ever watched like a content cop before he lost his fucking mind, that's how he would do his videos, where he would just become certainly like really uncertain about what he's saying as like a joke. That's definitely like iDubbbz inspired.
So apparently her inner woman is transphobic.
And it really changed my personality. It's not a mistake that a lot of the arc I'm on right now is after I did that. because it did make me feel very fearless about what I
That's
want to do.
amazing.
But one of the things that clinical ketamine does is you're sitting there and tripping and you're going into the K-hole, as I call it, and you really feel yourself stripped away. All these stories about yourself that you tell, all of it, it just gets taken apart one by one, and you're just staring there at the core of yourself. And this is so dark, but it's also really beautiful. That what I found at the core of myself repeatedly when I did that was this desire to be a woman. Like that fundamental thing that I want and cannot have, that's the essence of what I am. And I think that like leads to a melancholy and a pain that never leaves me ever. And, you know, as I've like come to this realization that transitioning early would not have cured that. Like, do y'all feel that too? Like this pain inside of you of always wanting to be something that you can never become?
Somehow that actually makes a lot of sense for Brianna. Of all the insane claims Brianna has made, this is the one I actually have no problem believing. Another very telling incident was on
Brianna Wu's internal K-hole demon says, "You will never be a woman." And to top this off, I have one final thing that me and this person in front of you that you're watching, we can finally, fully, and totally agree on something 100%. Let's wrap it off with a positive poly note, chat.
Civil War. There's her appearance on Trigonometry, which is apparently a real name people chose to represent themselves and the brand they live by. Trigonometry is apparently a podcast hosted by British Ozempic Ben Shapiro and a horse what they done put a wig and glasses on. I realize I try to go by a rule not to insult people based on their appearances, but that is unfortunately superseded by my other main rule, no mercy for the British.
Base! Let's fucking go! American supremacy! Fuck the Angloids! Even the trannies are signing up to the army to drop parachute down on London and open fire. Suffer. Okay, that's it. You're now spared the churn segment. I hope you've enjoyed. Hey, News Hamster, you know what? You've stuck around way too long. You know, I don't know if you're getting overtime pay for that one, buddy. Okay. So let's skip. How's that song go? Skip to the loo? I don't know why. I said let's skip to the next thing, but then I didn't hide the screen. Oh well. So skip to the loo, my daisy, or whatever the fuck. Skip to the next slide. Ethan Ralph has smelled blood in the water, and he has called out the cringe casino. He's been here. We have Andy Worski, aka Abortski, aka Crackski, Cokeski, bro. He didn't do Crackarooski Crack Rock. He did Coke. Being shook by Razor Fist. Well, what could that mean? Let's take a listen.
We read some tweets and like made some jokes, and then it's like, okay, well, that's it. Move on. You made your part, you know, that's it. So I don't have anything else to say. Like, if there's going to be like a legal issue, like reach out to us with your fucking shit and we'll retract if we lied about anything or whatever. But honestly.
So, before I talk about this, I did reach out to both parties involved for more information. Neither of them have responded to me. So I tried to do my bit a little bit early, but let's just say. Okay, so what did exactly the Kino Casino say about Razor Fist? Razor, because he spelled the O like Motorhead, which is wrong, and it doesn't make sense. But what does Razor Fist have to say about, or Kino Casino have to say about Razor Fist? Let's take a listen. These are apparently defamatory statements clipped by Jacob Murdoch in defense of Razor Fist.
Jerk-off tape that he uploaded to the internet in 2011. He uploaded it himself. This is him fucking jacking himself off there online. I'm not kidding.
What the fuck?
This is Razor Fist taking his little fucking pecker and rubbing it until full fucking completion. He filmed this and uploaded it, so far as I know, by himself. This is their domestic incident. And we have here abusive. Silent Ones doesn't know. A lot of people don't know about this lore, but it's all true. It's all true, and it gets crazier and crazier. This isn't even nothing. The next revelations will blow your mind. This is abusive. This is textbook abuse. Guys, if you want to see all of it, the whole sex tape, the whole nine, you can go to this Kiwi Farms thread. You can read through all of this. This is all like true.
This is like it's not made up. This is grimy.
So yeah, I will repeat. She dated Razor Fist from ages 15 to 20. But the idea that you're introducing a teen girl to Lolita when you're a 30-year-old man is very fucking troubling. It indicates that it's your fantasy to groom a teenage girl. Razor, this doesn't look good, Razor. This is the guy who's telling you what you can and can't jerk off to. This is the man who's such a moral Puritan that he's going to spurg in purity spiral over pixel tits in a game. And he's grooming a 15-year-old girl when he's 30. So when she was 15, she met him. And the internet dated for 3 years until she was 18. He groomed her. So
he was caught jerking off and then he pushes her?
Yeah. Razor Fist is on camera jerking off. He has his own fucking gooner tape. He got caught by his girlfriend jerking off, got fucking exposed.
Okay, so those are pretty heavy statements. The issue is that Razor Fist's response to this was incredibly fucking retarded. And before I even show that, I want to show something else. Let me just pull this up really quick. The other person being threatened by Razor Fist at this moment is this. This is Smash JT. I will save you this. This video is literally just Smash JT live reacting to the Kino Casino with almost absolutely no commentary whatsoever. Occasionally he cuts away to this. I didn't know this is what Smash JT looked like, by the way. It was not what I was expecting based on his picture of himself. And then he does like a little bit of commentary, but it's mostly just the Kino Casino. So he's attempting to threaten Smash JT and then also Kino Casino for these claims. And here's the issue from a legalistic standpoint. The issue is that what they're saying is based off of allegations made by Eve, who is the person claiming to be groomed. So they are simply reiterating and giving their opinions based off what was made public by his ex-girlfriend. So if those are defamatory statements, the defamatory claim originated with this person, and if Razor Fist wants to sue anybody, he would have to sue the woman that originated the claims. If he tried to sue them, they would just get dismissed under anti-SLAPP because they were simply reacting to information that they had available, and the only information that they had available was the information originated by his ex-girlfriend. And do they have any reason to doubt her? At the time, no. Not really. Razor Fist's video response to this, which is this, is really bad. And I'm going to try to do my wishy-washy fin-sitter thing here. I don't dislike Razor Fist. The only other time I've ever spoken about him on stream was his Twitter account got hijacked by his girlfriend. And I am almost certain that it was Eve that hijacked it because she was a spicy Latinx. And I think that Razor Fist was kind of going down like a religious path at this time. I think now he's like fully out as like a born-again Christian or something. But at the time, he was like going down the path and very anti-pornography publicly. And his girlfriend caught him gooning in the bathroom. So while he was in there jerking off, giving the 21 gun salute, she took his phone or went to his computer and logged on to Zitter and said, "Hi, my name is Razorfist. I'm a fucking hypocrite. I talk to him about porn, but I masturbate to porn in the bathroom while my poor girlfriend is outside doing chores or whatever the fuck." And then he got his account back and he says, "Whoops, we didn't mean for you to see that. That's what happens when you don't have two-factor authentication, kids. Sometimes your account just gets hijacked." So he tried to like play it off as fake. And then that Eve woman completely fucking disappeared and he never spoke about her again until just recently. Which obviously is very, very funny. But, you know, an audience is quick to forgive shit like that because it's just like silly. It doesn't really impact them at all. It's like whatever. I've seen a few of his videos and I think I like them. He has a very performative style where his name is the Rageaholic. So his videos are like, I think all in one take, and he reads a script in a really bombastic way that's like over the top, performative with lots of alliterations and rhyming and stuff. And it's supposed to be like a rant, and that's his trademark video. And in particular, he did a series of videos on Michael Jackson and how Michael Jackson was framed, and they were very, very persuasive. And I actually kind of, I lean to, I don't, based off what I've seen, which is just what the media reported and then also what he showed, I actually kind of believe him when he says Michael Jackson didn't do it, and then Sony murdered him because he owned half their catalog. I actually kind of believe that. His video is good. So, that is to say, I have a mostly positive opinion about this guy. And I'm willing to believe that he is the victim of defamation if he can prove it. And his video attempts to debunk the two things. Number one is the jerking off video. And I think he does a pretty good job of that. The jerking off video came from Encyclopedia Dramatica, which sucked. And it was uploaded by somebody who was one of his early A-logs, like when he first started. So like 10 plus years ago when YouTube still had video replies. And this guy was obviously like obsessed with him, and the account that they pulled it off of was obviously like a parody, like troll account. So I'm willing to believe that some guy just looked at gay porn or went on 4chan to find like cum tribute videos and then found one of like a spindly white guy from the shoulders down that he could pass off his razor fist. I'm willing to believe that. The other one is the grooming thing. And his evidence that he did not groom Eve is not as convincing. At the time, because you know her age and you know how old she is now. So if she was 15 when they first started talking, he claims that would have gone all the way back to when he was already with a woman that was his first girlfriend when he started streaming, that was called Lady Fist. So his argument is that he could not possibly have met this Eve and chatted her up and got into a relationship with her at 15 because he was already in a relationship. Now, I know some of you may be naive in my chat, but as an expert in e-celeb drama, I regret to inform you that many, many e-celebrities are not fully monogamous, and they often cheat. And sometimes they goon in the bathroom while their innocent girlfriend is outside doing work, okay? So, that is not evidence. That is no, I can't even give it any kind of benefit of the doubt. Like, I need something better than that. Just be like, yeah, okay, he didn't do that, and she's just lying. Now, I'm willing to say that she might be lying, and actually, while I was doing this, I should have downloaded this video. I don't know if I did. Oh, you know what? I think I was smart enough to download this video this time. I was not. I'm a retard, chat. I'm sorry. I'm just fucking stupid, Yana. Let me try downloading it real fast. Because I want to scan through it, and it would be much easier if I just had a copy of this video. Still in pretty fast. Okay, so she does seem to be fucking crazy. She seems to be mucho loco, or mucha loca, okay? Because at a certain point, she just outright threatens to murder him by slitting his throat, which is not the behavior of a neurotypical person who is capable of making believable narratives, chat. So that's the only thing that he has going for him in this defense video. His other main issue, besides not being very particularly convincing that he was not with her when she was 15, is that he chose to make this a rant, like his regular videos. And that was a very bad idea. And once it's downloaded, I'll play a little bit of it so you can get an understanding of why I think that's a bad idea. But it's a bad idea because if you ever seen me talk on a different podcast or as a guest appearance, I'm pretty different in how I talk to people because I'm not familiar with them and they're not familiar with me. And I'm just trying to like say what I have to say and be convincing. Whereas I can be really weird and stupid on my podcast because I know that most of you guys listening to this like me already and are going to more generously interpret what I have to say in a way that you think is like the most flattering to my either my take or my joke or whatever the fuck. So I can get away with a lot more when I'm talking to my audience than I can to strangers. His video was designed to rebuke accusations that are pretty serious, and he chose to do it in his whimsical rant format, which is just weird and off-putting. In particular, because he chooses to refer to like Smash JT as Gas JT and the Kino Casino as the Cringe Casino, and then he goes off for like 3 minutes about how fat PPP is, and it's just like, you know, some people listening to this video are going to like those people that you're talking about, and it would benefit you in your persuasive capacity to not immediately alienate the listeners of those podcasts. Because if you take that hostile stance, yeah, he's fat. He does it in his rant style, so he uses a lot of alliterations in calling him fat, but it's like, it's just not a good idea. It's not very flattering. And obviously I'm talking about it. So, and I'm talking about it in a way where it's like, well, I don't really fucking know if you groomed this girl or not, because the evidence that you showed me was very unconvincing. And I can't, I couldn't even get a hold of him. I was going to send him a message on the Kiwi Farms account, but he had blocked the Kiwi Farms account because when the Gooner thing happened, I tweeted about it and he blocked me. So I tried contacting him on my personal account now that I figured out I was not banned. But I only did that at 2 hours before the stream. So now, he hasn't had an opportunity to respond. And neither has Eve. I reached out to her as well, asking for more clarification about when they met and stuff. So now I think the video is downloaded. Let me see. If it is, it is. So I would like to play some videos of this. Before I do, let me read the tweets. Because before this video, or after this video, he was threatening people. He's buddy with Melanie Mack, who is like a actual whore. And Melanie Mack was like a whore for Ricada as well. I think Melanie Mack is actively still a whore for Ricada. I think she was the one that... Was she the one that wrote that letter to the courts, or was that Megan Fox? I can't remember. I just know that she was like a prostitute. She's like an actual OnlyFans whore that films videos of her sucking dick. And she's like 40 plus. And she's like a clinger on to every single retard. And it's just like, it's gross. Razorfist says, after years of foregoing drama due to their lies... Okay, I have breaking news. You heard my phone because there's a couple people who can message me, and it creates an alert regardless of if I'm busy. So that's how I know it's important. After years of foregoing drama due to the lies and libel of others, it appears I'll be ending... This is the other thing. He's acting like such a smug prick. I'll be ending a few YouTube careers this week. No one who doesn't deserve it. It's just a shame some people can't seem to hold a gun without putting it in their own mouth. Now back to the rants. And then he publishes his video. Melanie Mack down there trying to get on that D. He says, Smash AT says, Razor Fist randomly crashing out today Spurging. Wasn't on my bingo card, but I shouldn't be surprised. He says, one DM to confirm the story before committing libel is all it would have taken to avoid this, you Frodo-looking fuck. And then I think he got back and forth with PPP as well on Twitter, but that's not the interesting part.
This will be the one...
Okay, so this is him. Let's do a little bit of a room check. We got slop everywhere. By the way, one of the things that seems to have turned a lot of people against him in recent time is that he had this truly awful take that nobody saying could ever have, where he said that the character in Stellar Blade was Gooner Slop. And as we know, gamers just want to have sexy women in their games, and nobody could ever possibly have that opinion. So apparently that did unironically. Like, a lot of people talking about this are now like anti-Razor Fist, and like, yeah, just call him a pedophile because he said that Stellar Blade was too sexualized. Yeah, he is a lot like Styx. There was a while where I kept confusing them, but Styx is now like, he's like decayed, so he's much more obvious which is which now. Okay, let's see. What was I gonna show you? I want to show you the clips of the audio. Is this it?
Channel's front page and hold on, there is actually
My lady just hurt herself.
Oh, that's him proving that he had a girlfriend at the time, which with his oldest videos. Okay, here we go.
Thereafter, we started streaming in 2015.
Yeah.
Oh, that's him getting his host to say that, no, he was definitely in a relationship at this time. And it's just like, okay, as if that fucking means anything, bro. Okay, the voice of the accuser. So he can't even say Eve, apparently.
Do you think that
Dude, just hold up. Oh, sorry, chat. There's a little bit of a delay here. Okay, no, wait, hold on. I'm trying to pull it up. Okay, I think this is it. I think this is the actual clip.
con tu maldita ropa ya, coño, que tú me tienes harta, mamá huevo. Coño, tú te crees que soy lindo, coño, tú deberías ya salir de tu casa, coño, y uno llamándote a ti como una maldita loca, coño, en la mañana, y tú ni contestas el maldito teléfono. ¿Ah? Y esta es la maldita hora, coño, que tú no le respondes a uno. Mamá huevazo.
Oh, sorry, that's a different monkey. Okay, this is the right one.
I cannot hurt you without the power of social media.
What?
Because I promise you I can. I have a bunch of shit that'll hurt you.
Okay, nice. Another threat. Very nice.
I'm just telling you the cold hard facts. I am aware of a bunch of shit that'll hurt your feelings. So, what the fuck do I need social media for if I want to hurt your feelings and make you hurt?
So that's wow. So we're up to threat number 3. I guess 6.
That's not a threat.
4, 5 if we count the I will slit your throat or shoot you.
Yeah, because you were talking to me condescending, and I don't like that.
I was not trying to condescend. I was trying to get off the phone and calm things down.
Part you didn't understand. Like, I want you to deactivate your Twitter. You're not allowed to stream this week, and that's going to be the deal. Otherwise,
what?
You can hang up and we'll never talk again, okay?
This is this must be after Goonergate. This must be her she's saying you must deactivate your Twitter. It must be that she found that he was like following OnlyFans girls on Twitter or something. That I'm getting a sense that that's what this is now that I'm listening to it again.
What?
I'm making you a deal.
Took a turn, didn't it? What you've just heard was an admission to and justification of a murder threat. One that my ex, as a gun owner, actually possessed the means to carry out, might I add. On one occasion, she threatened...
So she's crazy. I got you. Is there like another one? Let's see what this is.
And after she attempted to make good on her threat to murder me, having already threatened...
You'll never be respected by me. That flew out the window, and I'll gladly slit your throat if you were ever off guard around me. I do not love you, and I never did. I cheated on you 4 times. Latinx bros. Latinx bros. I was told that this is the future of the white race. What's going on?
Threatened to invent a panoply of lies about me to embarrass me in public, as you just heard her admit to over a phone call. I finally resolved to do exactly that. But even after...
Dude, oh my god, chat, I didn't even realize. Like, okay, I'm just taking that as like, okay, she's probably just fucking with him because she's upset. But now chat is calling him a cuck. And now I'm seeing into the future. I'm seeing into the future. There's a fat Canadian, and he's saying, he's a cock! Really loudly, chat. And there's subs. I see the subs, chat. There's 100 subs coming in all at once. I just see this. I don't know. It's a vision. It's a premonition, chat, of what's of the future. Yeah, that's the thing to admit on the internet. Now, chat caught me slipping. I did not pick up on that, but yeah, that's the thing to admit for sure. Oof. Chino Bros paying off dividends over here. Okay, let's see what this is.
My ex actually refuted those allegations herself in other screenshots, which I posted as proof. So either she was lying on the first occasion, or she was lying on the second. In any case, a proven and inveterate liar. But the blackmail did exist, and here again...
The blackmail did exist? After those last tweets? Oy vey. Oy, ay, papi, ay, Dios mío. Not the blackmail.
Again, on the subject of the entire underage narrative being nothing but a coordinated blackmail and smear campaign, indeed, for an admission of the fact that all of my girlfriends, including her, were very much of age, I don't want you to believe me. I want you to believe her.
I haven't leaked anything. I haven't mentioned anything. I haven't messaged anyone. I haven't,
The word for that is blackmail. When you threaten to do it. And that was my entire point to begin with. This crap about me being a predator and a pedophile. How freaking dare you? My girlfriends have been my age or older.
I know.
He sounded, when he talks to his girlfriend, how freaking dare you? My girlfriend's been my age or older. He sounds so much like somebody. Like when he talks like that. I'm gonna listen to it again. Maybe I'll hear it.
Girlfriends have been my about me being a predator and a pedophile. How freaking dare you? My girlfriends have been my age or older.
It's just the way that he says that. My age or older. It's really similar to somebody.
I know.
But here's the hilarious part. It's all irrelevant. Not only did we prove that the entire timeline's impossible without a flux capacitor and plutonium, not only did the abuser in question admit to death threats and blackmail, not only did they admit they were of age while publicly lying that they were not, but by the grace of God, I had only just begun to return to my faith at the beginning of this relationship. And so, after multiple live-in girlfriends and physical relationships, I finally felt the conviction to actually wait until marriage. I have no defense. I'm simply a sinner. Oh, I intended to marry her, at least the person she was pretending to be, through a BPD technique known as mirroring, wherein they ask a lot of questions and they seem really curious and interested in your life, when in actuality they're assembling a composite personality of all of your likes and dislikes, which they then project back at you like some kind of mirror mask. A BPD abuser has no personality or empathy of their own.
I think we have the inverse opinion in chat. Cheeky Stinker says, never date white men with internet shows.
And they exploit yours. The victim of said manipulation is left to think they won the jackpot, at least initially. In my case, I thought I had a traditional Christian wife willing to wait until marriage, and then, a month in, the mask started to slip and she became openly abusive, both emotionally and physically. And so, for all the allegations of grooming and gooning, for all the dimwits and dipshits typing the words, "He slept with a child" in their thumbnails, not only was she of age by her own admission, I never proposed marriage, and thus we never slept together. But once again, I do not want you to take my word for it. Instead, I want you to do exactly what you've already been doing. I want you to take her word for it without any proof or research of your own of any kind.
If anybody were to come up to ask me and say, hey, how's Razor? How's living with Razor? Oh, he's a lying piece of shit.
That's not true.
Are you still a virgin? Yeah, I'm still a virgin. Oh, but I thought you lived with your boyfriend. Yep, still a virgin.
Weirdest groomer ever! A relationship that requires a time-traveling DeLorean to actually occur, culminating in no sex whatsoever because we were both waiting until marriage. Saucy!
That is so strange, because he's not a virgin. I don't think she's a virgin either, Joe. I don't know. That is really strange. I didn't even pick up on this the first time I listened to it. What a fucking strange dynamic.
Stuff, folks. I can see why you'd want to torpedo your entire YouTube career, attaching your credibility to it. But what about the most salacious allegation?
I guess his thought is that because he's a born-again Christian, that his slate has been wiped clean or whatever. So he's like a born-again virgin. Because I know that there are some women that do that. I've never heard of a man doing that, though, where he's like a born-again virgin trying to save himself, his chastity for marriage. Really strange.
Of all. The ones Blandy Worski and the Diabetosaurus next to him were shaking their talentless tits about for 20 minutes at a stretch, blissfully unaware it was the prologue to the end of their YouTube career. A decade-old, long discredited screenshot from a porn website that no longer exists.
I already covered this. I believe him on this. I want to get to the end because he starts yelling about PPP, and I think that's funny.
Hanky about a tweet! In fact, you should attach the final remaining micrograms of credibility you still possess on your person to push in this piss-poor nonsense and accomplish precisely nothing in the process but utterly embarrassing yourself being caught, once again, lying about strangers on the internet. But we expect laziness and libel from these cum-burping bitches. No one whatsoever surprised when Glandy Worski peers out from the coke cloud, flanked by an anonymous autistic asteroid who, if chins were brains would rule the fucking world, pauses momentarily to comb an e-drama website that openly admits to lying its dick off from dawn to damn dusk, all to tank the remaining relevance of the Diabito Casino. And as for Gash JT, the fart huffing hack who honestly confuses himself with an independent journalist, such that he's still spurging about stolen scoops that if his character in this instance is any indication, he likely stole from someone else. Also, he could slap white text on a wildly original thumbnail and express socially acceptable opinions on the 8 entire members of his imbecilic audience. Ah, well, what you lack in talent, you make up for in chromosomes. Look at the bright side, bud. I've ended bigger careers of infinitely more talented individuals in a 5-minute rant. You only took me 30 seconds. Walk it off, asshole. I hear they're hiring at IKEA. And the receipts you've heard today are only the tip of the scheissberg. I'm holding the real goodies back just in case a crazy person decides to be the latest Me Too accuser to lose in court. But publicly, outside of a courtroom, this is the first and last word I have said about this easily debunked bullshit. On with the rants.
I'm a little bit surprised by how much chat liked that. So I'm going to do a poll. I'm a little bit curious. Let's do it in Kick. Poll. Did Razier Fist epically own the Diabito Casino? Question mark. Vote 1 for yes or vote 2 for no. And I haven't done this in a while, so let me explain. You have to type exclamation point vote 1 as a second word, or vote 2 for a second word. It's a little bit obtuse because it's across multiple platforms. So let's see. I'll let the votes roll in. See if there's anything else related to this. I'll skip ahead in the thread and see if maybe there's something I didn't see while that comes in. Boom. If you haven't noticed, I've been working on the thread highlight mod. That's just me saying what I said. It invites back and forth drama, and it's like, you really don't want to get into the shit with PPP. Razor famously does badly in public spats because he's prideful in a way that is easy to mock. His general strategy of not saying much or not engaging was the smart one. Yeah, that's for sure. False. He calls his docs false, but he was absolutely phone booked over whatever as Daniel Harris. He had that name linked to his accounts and deleted said accounts after they were found. No mention later White Pages research on his parents or sister. To this day, he will not utter Daniel Harris despite claiming it was just a fake name. So he's had 2 different stories, apparently. He said that the jerk-off video was him underage and was hacked before, and now he says that it wasn't him. So I'll leave that up to you. If someone converts or not, that's like in the mind of the beholder. You can't really question that. Yeah, that's generally my opinion as well. Are there any more like zeets about this? Oh, he's having a fight with Gabe Hoffman too. I almost forgot about that. Speaking of Gabe, so this is Evie. This is the guy. This is the original tweet that set everything off. She says, "I dated a pretty well-known right-leaning asshole from 15 to 20. Then I too became a right-leaning asshole. Then the asshole ruined my heart and hurt me. I left at 20 and went back to being me. I wasn't right-wing before him, and I'm not right-wing after him." This was in 2022, so she's, I guess, 22 now. An open secret is Gabe's like anti-sex predator Twitter account. He says, "Did you know that Daniel Harris, aka Razor Fist, groomed an underage teenager on the uppercase I internet?" See, my positive influence seeping into the minds of my listeners and improving the internet for everybody, as intended. On the internet while in his 30s, as soon as she turned 18, she moved across the country to move in with him. After she left him, she began doing pornography. Oh boy. This is, I haven't seen this. I think this is what PPP was originally responding to, so let's listen.
It is.
Okay, then you need to go.
Well, how did you come to that conclusion? That doesn't even make any sense.
Because I am telling you. I don't want you to work that job.
Well, too fucking bad. I have the job and I'm not gonna quit.
Then fuck you. Get out.
No.
Yes.
No.
You realize I can just remove your name from the fucking lease. You don't pay rent.
I don't care. I'm going to go to sleep. I am tired. And that's how it's gonna go down. Stare me down all you want. It's not going to work.
What? What isn't gonna work?
Staring me down and being verbally abusive.
What isn't gonna
not
work?
gonna work. It's not gonna be. If you want me out tomorrow,
No!
I'm out.
You don't say how it ever fucking goes down. Shut the fuck up.
No. I will not.
God, he sounds.
Stop being verbally abusive.
That sounds really, really different from how he talks to her on the phone. When he talks to her on the phone and he knows he's recording her, he's like, "Hello, my little taco, my little burrito princess. Ooh. Have you considered not lying to me about the black males? Ooh." And then she's like, but then when she's recording him, he's like, "You don't ever get to decide what happens in this household, you fucking harlot. I have told you many, many times, stalker child, to fucking not work that fucking job. Now you must get the fuck out." Fascinating how these dynamics work. She allegedly introduced him to things like the movie Lolita. As soon as she turned 18, she left home in Chicago to move in with him in Arizona. Then after she left him, she began doing pornography. I guess this is a message from her to him, to Gabe. "I don't usually like to indulge internet drama, especially about my shitty and abusive ex, but yes, I was a teen girl when we started talking, which is how I got into right-wing politics. I was also introduced to things like the movie Lolita, which is why I often would wear dresses. Internet dated all the way until I was 18. Then I visited Arizona, came back to Illinois, and moved to Arizona quickly after. Things were fine at first, and then he randomly started getting mean as fuck. It's burned into my brain, him calling me things like low IQ troglodyte." Yeah, you got to be careful not to whip out your epic own ranter personality on your young Latinx girlfriend. I have a sneaking suspicion women tend to remember shit like that when you break out the low IQ troglodyte shit on them. Was just very nasty towards me, and I did literally everything for him. Towards the end of the relationship, I started catching him being sneaky. He had a porn addiction. I actually caught him red-handed one night, and he was so pissed off. He ended up pushing me hard towards the door. For some reason, he wanted to kick me out. I fell to the ground, and then he pinned me down and didn't let me up until a minute later. The next day, I was gone back to Chicago, and I haven't been back since. This was damn near 3 years ago now. I'm my own woman now. That's all I'll say. And then she says, and the reason for me saying this is because I'm tired of protecting somebody who hurt me mentally and physically. Says he spit in her face. He's very much an insincere asshole. Have a good day. And then Ray Ziafis responded to Gabe Hoffman and says, "Did you know that you have just committed libel? That the accuser admitted to blackmail campaign? That I just annihilated these accusations and you by association? Did you know you just made yourself look like the clown you really are?" Well, sir, you're threatening a hedge fund manager, so I have a feeling he's going to out-Jew you when it comes to laying down the Jew cards on the table. Yeah. See, I have my pet theory for this. I have my pet theory, and I think you guys will agree with me. Before I give my pet theory, let's round out the poll. With 150 votes, 60% of people said that Razorfist did not epically own the Diabito Casino, but actually 55 people, or 38%, did say that they got epically owned, which is a higher positive reception than I anticipated, actually. Okay. My take. The reason why. So obviously, as I said before, if he's going to sue for defamation in this instance, he would have to sue the originator of the false claims, which would be Eve. However, he is threatening Smash JT, Kino Casino, and also Gabe Hoffman, who has the material resources to mount a vigorous defense against them. So these are not easy targets, and they're also not the actual allegers of the claim, which makes me think that he is frustrated and he is damaged by these accusations, regardless of if they're true or not. But even with the assumption that it is all lies, and she is just outright trying to destroy him for a sadistic reason. Because you know how bitches is, chat. You keep telling me how bitches is. So with the assumption that bitches is like that, chat, I think that he's actually terrified of her. I feel like he is like extremely afraid of what would happen if he brought her under oath in any way. And he is literally terrified of ever having to deal with her again. So that is my opinion. And he's not saying that. He's very he's sidestepping her at all times. He doesn't even say her name. He says the accuser in the video for the subtitle. He never says the name Eve at all. But he's very happy to, for whatever reason, he's very gung-ho to go after people talking about what she's saying, which just seems absolutely ridiculous to me. And the only thing I can think of is that he's fucking terrified of her. So a total BPD Latinx victory. Yeah, his response is like classic bad. Like, this is the exact kind of response that gets the internet drama muckrakers fucking gung-ho and happy as shit and, super, super ready to get on live the next day and be like, he's a cuck! He's got blackmail! That kind of shit. Like, this is how it's like touching a live electrical wire. There's an appropriate way to do that, and putting your dick and balls on it. It's not usually it's not, I'll say this is not the OSHA certified way to handle a live wire. Okay. It's very, very perplexing. I don't even know. I would love to see more concrete evidence from either of them that what they're saying is true. I'm willing to suspend disbelief because I don't really hate them. But what a colossal fuck up. What a colossal fuck up to just do this, to go from being one of the more respectable commentators who avoids drama like the fucking plague to someone who's just like, all right, Asteroid Man, all right, Andy Koksky, it's time for your fucking beatdown. I got an 18-minute long rant that I've memorized so I can do it in one take. Your ass is fucking done. I'm ending your fucking careers. Like, unironically doing like a Ralph Amell wrestling promo cut. Like, sir, I don't think you realize what nest of wasp you just stuck your cock in, but I have a feeling that you're going to regret your decisions as time progresses. End clip. All right, next. All right, next. Okay, the little ongoing slow burning trash fire of Creator Clash 3. I do enjoy a little bit of Anisa and iDubbbz iron drama, as I like to say. So Harley Morenstein, who I actually had to look this up, I had no idea, is Jewish, has announced earlier this week that he would not be fighting in Creator Clash 3. And he clarified, because his message is a little bit ambiguous. He says, I'm not boxing. It could be bait. He could be trying to hype it up like, I'm not boxing. I'm going to war. I'm proving my point. I'm not just fighting. I'm doing a lot more than that. So he doesn't sound like that, by the way. He sounds like a very gay Jewish man. He seems like a big guy, but then he talks like, yeah, I'm not fighting. So Morenstein left. And this is a really, really, really big deal. I'm sure many of you are already aware, but I might as well cover for posterity. He was the top build fight for Creator Clash 3, and I don't know if this is still the case, but when I checked, it was. He was still on the Creator Clash 3 website as the top build fighter. So on its own, that presents a very significant and easily avoidable problem for Anisa and for Ian. How are they going to replace this guy who's top build with somebody that people actually want to see fight and would make an interesting fight with fans that they can bring to the event? At 6 weeks out, it's not going to happen. There's no way you're going to find anybody who's not already in fighting condition, and the number of people who meet that criteria on YouTube is very limited. So that's asking for a lot. But this was the result of him going after Ethan and taking the side of Palestine and Hamas in his videos. And it's like, you know, whatever the fuck your opinion is of the conflict, I'm sure everybody would agree that if you're running a business that involves playing nice with people on both sides, that you need to do a better job of managing that, and ideally staying the fuck out of it whenever possible. So the fallout of this was interesting. Someone brought this up. I believe this was first discovered on the forum. Is that Florida boxing is a very regulated competition. It's people punching each other and people do die. So the states each have their own very specific rules and regulations for how a boxing match can be conducted, promoted, and so on and so forth. So Florida has its own swath of regulations, and they are managed by the Florida Athletic Commission. And there are laws passed by the Congress of Florida that stipulate how these events must take place. And if, in particular, if we read this is a word I've never heard before, by the way. Awesome website, by the way, Florida. Don't use HTTPS at all. Why would we need to put a SSL certificate on our websites? So this is the pugilistic exhibitions. I've never, ever heard in my life the word pugilistic, but apparently it means of or about combat sports. So in the combat sport exhibition chapter of the Florida statutes, it says here, ticket refunds upon the postponement, substitution of either participant, or cancellation of the main event or the entire program of matches, the promoter shall refund the full purchase price of a ticket to each person presenting a ticket for refund within 30 days of the rescheduled event. So already that's pretty devastating because many of the people that bought tickets are H3 fans who went out anyways. However, it gets way worse. Within 10 days after the expiration of the 30-day period, the promoter shall pay all unclaimed ticket receipts to the commission, as in the Florida Athletic Commission. The commission then, now having the money, shall hold the funds for 1 year and make refunds during such time to any person presenting a ticket for a refund. So that's already bad. So now the money that they made from this is not going to go towards paying people. It's going to be held in a trust fund by the Florida Athletic Commission for a year. So that's already terrible, terrible news for them. But then it gets even worse. Thereafter, the commission shall pay all remaining money from the ticket sales to the chief financial officer for deposit into the general revenue fund. So not only are refunds mandatory, not only will they take the money for a full year, it doesn't even matter how long they're taking it, because after the full year of holding the funds, it just goes into the coffers of the Florida Athletic Commission for their budget. So all that Creator Clash money right now, if this gets invoked, the Florida Athletic Commission is now just going to seize every dollar that they've made. And then here's the interesting part, and I would need somebody who's familiar with the law to interpret this for me and do more research for me. But there's a couple ways to interpret this sentence. It says, for failure to comply with this section, the commission may declare a promoter's bond or other security forfeited, suspend or revoke the license of the promoter, and impose any other penalty provided. Well, the promoter in this case, as I've looked up, is not Creator Clash. It is Market International Promotions, LLC, which is a single-member LLC owned by somebody named Irena Palma, which is a Greek name. I've never heard of this before, and it's a woman. So I've looked up Irena Palma, and I've looked up Market International Promotions, LLC in Florida. I can find zero web presence for this company. I have no idea who the fuck this is. I have no idea how the fuck they're the promoter for the event. And I have no idea how Anisa and Ian in California would have managed to get a hold of this person who doesn't do any advertising. So it really seems to me that this is a personal friend of theirs, or a friend of a friend. Somebody knows somebody who does the boxing promoter thing on the down low in Florida. It's not a big business. It's just her. And if they don't cough up that money, then it's going to be this person who has to eat the shit. And the bond, I did look this up, the promoter's bond that they put down, they actually have to pay the athletic commission amount of money to hold to assure that the event will go according to regulation. And they seize that bond if anything happens that is in contradiction to the event, the regulations. The bond the promoter has to pay in Florida starts at $15,000. But if there's any reason to believe that there might be elevated risk of mismanagement, the Florida Athletic Commission is at their leisure is able to raise that price to whatever they want. So I don't know. I would assume that they probably just charge everybody $15,000, but that's the entry level amount of money that this promoter is going to lose if Ian and iDubbbz are non-compliant with this regulation. And obviously that's grounds for a civil suit immediately, because that's a lot of fucking money to lose. That's enough to sue over, especially if the promoter is somehow left having to foot the bill for the tickets that they can't refund because they don't have that money. However, I have a different interpretation of this that I only thought about just now, and I'd like to get your opinion on it. So, a big controversy in regards to Creator Clash has been that they are unable to pay for their fighters training. Lena, the woman from H3 that also dropped out, she complained several times that she pays out of pocket, and iDubbbz and Aniza have promised to pay them back after the fight. And I've always assumed that this was just because their budget is so tight, they don't have that ability until after the merchandise sales or whatever the fuck to pay their fighters. Now, I have a different interpretation. It may be that they don't get any of the money from the fight or the ticket sales until after the event has concluded. So it may be the case that the promoter actually has 100% of the ticket sales for Creator Clash, and the promoter is the one who's accountable for making sure that the refunds are managed. And now this is completely out of the hands of Aniza and iDubbbz, and the promoter might not actually be fucked over anyways. Because that makes more sense to me now that I think about it, that the tickets are held in escrow by the promoter until everything goes according to plan, because it's not her responsibility to make sure that Morenstein doesn't drop out because of a hateful tirade against Israel. You know what I mean? So that would make a lot more sense to me. That would insulate the promoters from the financial responsibilities, and that's why the law would be written to target the promoters and not the people actually organizing the event, because they're the ones licensed. So they probably have a list of things they have to follow, like holding the money. So this may be completely out of their hands. And if the H3 people start complaining en masse to the Florida Athletic Commission that they signed up to see a couple fighters, in particular Lena and Morenstein was top billed, and now he's out, the Florida Athletic Commission is completely within their right to issue mandatory refunds at their discretion. And if the money is held by the promoter, then that's just gone. It's just gone. There's no ifs about it. Maybe some people won't request a refund. It is mandatory refunds, and the people that don't request a refund are simply donating their ticket price to the Florida Athletic Commission for their budget. So if that's what it is, what a complete fucking disaster. And I have a feeling, I don't like predicting what the government does, because the government and the court systems are very human and they have very different perspectives than a normal person embedded in drama like this. But I have a feeling that they will grant the refunds because, in particular, unlike with a lot of boxing events, where somebody might show up for, just a good time, and a substitution doesn't matter. In this instance, every single person who is participating in this fight is in some way adjacent to a popular creator. And there are many, many people, if not the absolute majority of people attending, who are actually fans of some of the participants. And them dropping out is actually really detrimental to why they bought a ticket. So it's not just that, somebody went to the fight to see the top build guy that they're a big fan of. It's that everybody there is there to see somebody that they know from YouTube. And therefore, the substitution or cancellation of any fight is significant to their grievance. So I honestly, I feel with that set of facts in mind that the commission will come down pretty hard on this, because this is a colossal fuck up, and it could have easily been avoided if the organizers didn't go on the internet and make a 10 million view video about how Ethan Klein is shit for supporting Israel. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I am. Yeah, Ice Poseidon too. So they've been trying to, apparently iDubbbz behind the scenes has been going down, trying to find anybody willing to substitute in to Creator Clash, including Ice Poseidon. And Ice Poseidon is one of those guys who's really into boxing. So he's like, surely, even though he's very controversial for a lot of different reasons I'm not completely familiar with. So iDubbbz asked him, like, hey, can you fight? And he says no. He says he doesn't want to be involved with that shit show. When Ice Poseidon, the godfather of IP2 and the shit show that fucking is, when Ice Poseidon is like, no, bro, I can't touch that, That is a fuck up. If you can't get Ice Poseidon in, nobody is coming in. Nobody is touching this shit. So it's doomed. This shit is fucked. And obviously, Ian and Aniza are handling this with the grace and civility required. I am obviously just kidding. They are not. Let me pull this up. Something I want to show that I forgot. Here we go. Okay, so first of all, the Reddit has locked down. Hannah Happer locked down the Reddit for iDub, saying, addressing concerns, I first want to address our community. We're doing everything we can to ensure this space remains ours. We're removing brigading, harassment, and bad faith actors as quickly and efficiently as we can manage. Please be patient with us. We have autism. If you're part of our community and you think that we're caught strays from moderators, please reach out. In the meantime, expect us to see less locking posts and comments and requiring manual approval on a lot of user content. We'll get through this as a community, the same way we've gotten through things before. Don't forget that support is strong in the Discord. Oh boy, Discord. I've heard so many great things about that. Come hang out with the actual creators and fans. How is brigading denied? We did not invent this. We are held to this standard. Here is the site rules. Here's an admin's clarification. Perhaps more importantly is the post from the admin about Reddit's stance on bullying and harassment. To the users brigading, we hear your frustration. Brigading isn't a solution. Find an alternative. So they went to the Discord to find an alternative, and here we have Hannah Harper saying, hey guys, and everyone, a public statement will be made soon about Creator Clash from official channels. Bored, check out some content while you wait. And then he links to Maximum Damage, which is a really, really, really shitty podcast with iDubbbz, Aniza, and Uncle Dane. And if you don't know who Uncle Dane is, he runs like a multiple million subscriber YouTube channel about Team Fortress 2. And he does Team Fortress 2 videos, and he that's like his income. And for some reason, this guy has found himself roped in to like a cover by Aniza and Ian. It's like really bizarre. Like he stands nothing to gain from this. So that's the official channels. Meanwhile, by the way, let me double check, make sure this is safe for work. I'm pretty sure it is, but... So Hannah, do I have a picture of Hannah? Is that Hannah? I think this is Hannah. It must be. No, it's just random shrooms, I guess. Yeah, it is just random shrooms. I think Hannah's somewhere, but I don't care enough to find it. So as you would expect, it's infested with retard shit and shrooms. Here's the Hannah saying, yikes at Finn at Moot. I wish we could turn off the fucking kids. So at least Hannah is not cringe about this. Apparently they have some kind of bot, and the thing is that the bot creates anime characters that are your waifu. It's like a waifu generator, I guess. So you ask the bot for a waifu, and then an AI generates your waifu, and a lot of it is lolicon. So this is the Git repository for... Oh no, this is, what is this? This is Discord, and it says waifu claim. Okay, so this is the waifu claimer. And then if you search lolly, you get 41 results. The Magic Academy of Lolly Succubi react with any emoji to claim. So I guess you can, I guess it just makes lolly characters. Lolly lovin' making out with my younger girlfriend. React with any emoji to claim. This is Finn, who appears to be someone with a elevated... status in the Discord saying, excuse me, ma'am, where is the cunny aisle? And then Han, who decried the lolicon, for whatever reason, posts bunny cunny. So I guess Hannah is in a conflict of position on what to take on the lolicon generator tool in the iDubbbz Discord. Here we have some troons. This is Pink Blake. What a woman. Oh, another, what is it? With these troons, they must just really like the lighting in these women's restrooms where they're always taking selfies. The lighting must be, can any women verify this for me? Is the lighting really, really good in these restrooms that these trainees are always taking selfies in? Must be something about the lighting. Amelia Babe, she, her, staff moderator, Twitch subscriber, Plantain Squirrel, staff, Aniza alerts. And here we have Amelia Babe, quite the babe indeed. Krobus, they, them, 26-year-old, autistic, ADHD, queer commie permanent crash out. Fan of Germa. This is not a staff member, and this is Krobus. If I had to picture AU ADHD commie, that's about right. And then there's some talk about Kiwi Farms from last year. Selfies discourage. Kiwi Farms types just watch the server for stuff like that. Lie says, do they? I thought Kiwi Farms closed down. And then Han says, Kiwi Farms types. There's a ton. I think most are doing the lolcow train now. Pink Blake says, yeah, people like that just don't grow up when their sites get shut down. They're all really parasocial. I don't know. I think iDubbbz is my friend. I don't know why you're saying that's parasocial. I'm pretty sure that we have a long-standing relationship and we like each other a lot. Okay, let's see what the king and queen of this event are actually saying. Obviously, going to the Discord and the Reddit was a mistake. Check out the official channels. Here we have Ms. Jamha saying, I'm eating good today. The most popular reply to this is somebody saying, you really don't give a shit about your own event, Lamau. This was immediately after Harley had left the event. And then she posts some pictures of vegan cookies. So these look bad, but because they're gluten-free. Then Anisa announces that she's taking a trip on May 1st. She's going to Austin, and she's so excited with the girls. So the event is crashing and burning. There's no official statement, and the head actual promoter and organizer is taking an expensive vacation down to Austin, Texas from California for reasons unknown to anybody. And then in the distance, chat. And then in the distance, I hear something so familiar, so strange to me, chat, like a distant memory from a different time, chat. Just like an echo of the past. Girls fuck dogs, white girls fuck dogs, white girls fuck dogs. Don't worry, she's Lebanese. She's Lebanese, okay? She's not white, she's Lebanese. Lebanese girls fuck dogs, apparently. So this is what she says. This is the highlight of my year, if anyone cares. This is Hassan's dog. So Anisa Jamha got to tour the Hassan Piker abode, which, by the way, many people have pointed this out, and I guess I will too, to jump in on the train. She's down there getting dirty with the dog, having a good old time. This is the best thing she's ever experienced, ever in her life. You can see her hand, and you can see her other hand. And you might notice, since right here you can see both hands, there is no ring on that finger. And not even a wedding band. Never mind like the actual engagement ring or whatever. And it's just like, did she take off her wedding ring to hang out with Hassan Piker? Did she just remove that so that Hassan would know? Is that like her like wink wink nudge nudge? Is it to Hassan or the dog that she took off the ring? I don't know. Really trashy. It's especially when you're around other men like that you would want your wife to be wearing her wedding band. To take it off is like, even if you don't wear it normally, that's the most appropriate time to put the wedding band back on. I don't think Hassan Piker would have sex with her. Like, she's not attractive at all. She's really busted. She's a busted potato. But she got to pet his dog at least, you know. She didn't get to go with the guy she was actually for, but you know, he did his buddy a solid and passed her along for him. Man's best friend indeed. Meanwhile, what's Hassan been getting? Hassan got a fluff article from the New York Times about how influential he is and how, despite being such a great content creator with a really big audience, he does such a great job moderating his comments. He really holds his community to high standards. And then this is the picture. This is the picture that they used for the stream. By the way, anybody who eats on stream is a fucking reprobate. You mean to fucking tell me that you can't go on a stream without breaking out food? I honestly, I think anybody that eats on stream honestly fucking despises their audience. It is so disgusting. So he's just chilling. He's got his Twitch chat on that monitor, and they're giving a good old fluffy to Hassan Piker about how great he is about managing his community. But let's take a little Zoomaruski chat. What does this say? Lionhead94 says, I'd fuck this IDF bitch to death and make his mother shove missiles up her ass. Pussy ass bitches. This is in the New York Times article commending him for doing such a wonderful job of keeping out violent rhetoric and anti-Semitic rhetoric from his chat. So this is the team that Ian and Aniza sold out everything to join. This is the team that they think is going to win. Okie dokie. Now, by the way, it's just as a random aside, I realized that for some reason I saw that Ricky Berwick, who longtime viewers of the show will know I hate. I hate because he's disabled. he really is ugly, and if I look at him, he makes me really uncomfortable. So he has these intentionally disgusting videos where he does weird faces and shows off how gimpy he is, and it's like a jump scare, and I really despise that content. So I'm really not a fan. And the last time I talked about him, I accidentally went really, really hard. I was really making fun of him because I thought he was like a big YouTuber and I can say whatever the fuck I want. He only gets a little bit of engagement on all of his messages. He gets 100 plus on most of his messages. So I felt really bad for just actively dumping ass on him afterwards. However, I'm afraid I'm going to have to do that again. I'm going to be a little bit nicer this time, I think, but I am still going to dump ass. So I was scrolling down and I saw these tweets. You might have thought, hey, that's like a normal looking woman. And I opened her profile and it's like, oh, look, he's got a little girlfriend that they're doing videos with. And she's normal looking. And look, they even made a little Studio Ghibli picture together. I'm like, oh, that's nice, chat. What excuse do you have, chat? However, if you read the message, I should make it clear that Shashasio is not my girlfriend or boyfriend. We are strictly, I don't know why I had to clarify that. I didn't expect her to be his boyfriend, but we are strictly making content, gaming, and having a good time. So shut the fuck up. So this little Twitch clout goblin is hanging out with a severely disabled man to get more viewers, even though he's not really that popular himself. And she is making him clarify in public that they are not in a relationship because she knows that once she has maximized the grift off this guy, she's going to want a monkey branch to someone more popular. And nobody would do that for her if the reputation was that she got goblined. So she has to get that out front and center. We're not in a relationship, romantic or sexual. I'm not having sex with this guy, so that she can keep her options open if she starts getting a little bit more followers. That is the most grody fucking thing I've seen in a long time. That is proper dire. I actually feel really, really bad for him. Sad chat. Tragic chat. Then just a quick little update on Kurtaner. Kurtaner was arrested. He seems to be out right now. And his ex-wife and mother of his child. And she's saying, so here's my ex-husband begging me for what little money I have left while owing $4,000 already. And then he sent money from someone else and still doesn't have anything. And then she tags him. He's untagged himself, but that is Kurtaner. And in these chat messages, Aubrey says, let's see you lose $8,000 in a few hours and tell me if you have any desire to run it back. I bought Sol, which is a cryptocurrency, with the last $70 in my bank account and lost it in all 5 minutes. Don't bother me. I want to be alone. This would be beyond retarded of you, but I want to make it work. Shoot me over $250 from your crypto account, and I will swing trade reliable charts for a day or two and send back what you're owed. I'm too tilted and pissed to run back $5. I can swing $250 to $2,500 in 1 to 2 days. Again, retarded idea, but blah. If for God knows what reason you decide to do it, buy 2 Sol and send it to... He's asking his ex-wife that he owes money to send him gambling funds. The boss manification of one of my nemesis chat is complete. Really amazing to see. You just love to see it. This is a different one. Here are exes admitting to blocking me after I told him repeatedly I did not feel safe with meeting up with him in real life because I was convinced he would hurt our child. And he says, gonna try to get stuff in motion for what he needs for the passport. Don't bother typing or sending anything. This is a one-way conversation and none of your replies will come through. Best iMessage quirk. This guy's a fucking dickhead. And then here is me asking for an apology, which I had been asking for, and he still refuses to give me a simple apology while asking for my money. I wish people could see how abusive he was and how much I try to look past because I didn't care. Because I cared and he doesn't. Literally waiting for you so I can go make money. She says, no, I told you plenty of times I'm not. Plenty, go scroll up and read. You can dig your claws into someone else and drain them vampire. He says, okay, I'm not going to do that. Ultimately, it's your decision. And a few days of methodical swing trading, my bread and butter and done. Or we can both wait until unknown length. Or, okay, passed out. Sorry. Suffer retard. He's going to trim my rune armor next. Just trust me. All right. Let me get a sip. Tanner's the guy that ate Burger King because his foot's all fucked up. He was the guy that owned 420 Chan. Okay. So Turkey Tom put out a 5.5 hour long video about Austin, aka Bossman Jack, the greatest gambler to ever live. God's favorite gambler. Who is currently in rehab, but I got the news that he might be out, so I'm going to have to try and find that real quick. Let me go yell at chat real quick while I talk. But, I watched through it at 2x, or I listened to it mostly. It was okay, I guess. I was surprised by how, like, viscerally negative the response was to this video. Like, a lot of people were super pissed off, and one guy was, like, angry at me for featuring it. And I'm like, I featured the thread so that if anyone finds the Kiwi Farms because of Bossman Jack, they can find the thread from about the video that they saw. I feel like that makes sense, but he was like, you're promoting this guy. Turkey Tom has like 4 million subscribers now. He does not need my promotion. The Kiwi Farms has like 3,000 active users. Actually, it's close to 4,000 now, midday. So I really don't feel like he needs my help to promote his videos. But, yeah, it was okay. I feel like a lot of it was like just reading from the forum. It was really obvious. A lot of the content, a lot of the memes just read from the forum. He does credit the forum a bunch of times throughout it, but yeah, it's basically just the forum thread. I don't know how to. I feel like I'm very passive aggressive in saying that because, you know, like obviously he had his editor put together the video, and he the last page. Okay, so thank you, chat. So it's not like I'm not claiming work for it, and obviously all my posts are not the ones that make the video, but it's just like it was the forum thread. There's no polite way to put it. He needs to pay us. That would make it right with everybody. Just give us a 10 stack per video that you just wholesale rip off from the forum. Let's see. Okay, apparently he's live right now. Oh yeah, this is the good stuff. Got the boss man.
Yo, what up, guys? Heading home in about 30 minutes. My parents will be here. Check out the new polo shirt. Yeah, buddy.
He gained weight in jail. I'm not. I don't know if he is out on good terms or not. That's the question. This is his comeback video.
Roanoke. That's where I've been in rehab. Yeah, dude. Thank you, bro. All right, sweet. Fuck yeah, dude.
Is he right back to
Guys, sign
Gamba?
up if y'all would, man. That would help a lot.
It's his Discord. Okay.
Oh, shit. Bro, I still got that 125 you put on there.
Oh, that's the end. That was the end. They're just buffering it. So he's just walking around waiting to get picked up by his parents. He's out of rehab. He seems happy, but I don't know. He's kind of dumb. It could just be like he doesn't realize that he's in trouble, and he's just happy that he's out. But It's very unclear if he's actually has passed any kind of course, because there wasn't like a timeline for it. He's been in jail, I mean, or in rehab for like 2 months now. He escaped. So I'm happy. We're going to get more Gamba, finally. And anyone who doesn't like the Gamba, you know what? You suck. You're just dumb. You're dumb and wrong. By the way, this video, it went viral. Unfortunately, my boys, when I want to remind everybody, when I first started talking about Bossman Jack, he had around 100 viewers tops. Now he has like 2,000 subs on Twitch before he got banned. He has a 5.5 hour long documentary about him. And now his reaction videos are being used in multiple million viewed viral tweets. This was the video. One of the finest room smashing scenes of cinematic history of Kino Geschichte. And then kind of related to that and to the crash and burn, Cody, aka Kumalat, has crashed a third car. Let's see that car crash.
On the bottom, and Kitzmiller goes to the front. And now Lawless Allen on the outside.
That Kitzmiller team is led by Frank Kimmel. Frank's a 2-time winner here at Talladega, 80-time ARCA winner.
10-time series champ Frank Kimmel. Into the wall, caution.
That's the 9 car, I believe, of Cody Dennison.
That one hit hard.
That will give Butterbean that free pass, guys, and put him back on the lead lap.
Changes things with Butterbean getting it back.
At least he didn't destroy every other car on the track as well.
This race is getting ready to get real fun fast.
Apparently, my suspicion is that this league that he plays in is basically just pay to play. If you can bring in your own car, then you get to participate in the race. And it takes a lot for you to be banned from the league. So, and it's mostly if you're crashing other people's vehicles while you crash. So, I don't know. Apparently, he just bumped into the side of the thing all by himself and fucked it up. And then he lost another vehicle. I honestly, I don't know where the fuck he's getting these things at. Because, who's paying him? Menards? I guess people watching this, I feel like people watching this do enjoy seeing cars crash. I imagine if you watch NASCAR, you're just secretly hoping that the cars are going to crash and everybody's going to die. I can't imagine that you're watching it because you're just like, oh man, who's going to drive in a fucking circle for that long? You're just sitting there like, okay, I want to watch things happen while I wait for somebody to crash and die. I feel like that's about it. So, I should warn you. I have not watched any of this. So I'm not sure how real it's going to be. I'm not sure how funny it's going to be. It might be funny. I didn't get a chance to watch it because my evening got eaten up by the unfolding drama. But we are going to watch some of these. This is apparently a fight that Vito the Pedo and Dick Masterson, aka Juju the Cow, man who gets fucked in the ass while dressed as a cow, had on their their skinwalking podcast, The Biggest Problem in the Universe. So apparently Vito and Riley are having a tism fit, and they're both like the henchmen of Dick. Dick pits them against each other to figure out who can suck dick the best. And currently Vito is the best at sucking dick right now, so he's the one that gets to be on the show. Riley is a petulant man-child, one of the worst fucking people I've ever met. And let's see. These are all 5 minutes long. So having an argument about the Vito thing. Okay, let's see. What they...
You guys are so weird about Twitter blogs. It's so weird.
We're overreacting.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened? So let's stay in the world of overreacting.
What do you mean then what
Did
happened?
someone tell someone that they weren't coming to Hackamania anymore?
That's completely unrelated to comics.
Did it happen? Did it happen on the same day?
Yeah.
It did.
Yeah.
Did I tell you that I wasn't going to Hackamania
No,
anymore?
I said I don't think I want to go to Hackamania.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the same day.
Right.
It has nothing to do with this comic
It
shit.
has nothing to do with the comic stuff.
Just go do a show on your own.
What the fuck is hackathon?
No, I
that
mean,
you wanted to do.
Yeah, I really wanted to do it.
And you canceled it.
I talked to Melton, and he convinced me not to cancel it.
But you talked to me.
Melton, the fucking onion pedophile. The guy that made all those weird comments about fucking Aaron Emholt's kids and like how his young 9-year-old daughter is a cup holder because her vagina's so blown out. Why would you? I just don't get it. What are you doing? You're a married man. You have a kid on the way. Why are you around these people, bro? They're not the funny kind of retard. They're like disgusting. They're viscerally appalling, bro. I just don't get it. Yeah, you had access to better and more entertaining people. You were surrounded by them, and now your show is the fucking Skinwalker Biggest Problem show without Sean and with Vito and Riley, and those are your two main. Well, how'd you fuck it up so bad, bro? I just don't get it. This is 8 minutes long. This is 3 minutes. Dick convinces Vito to block Riley. Then he starts complaining about Riley even more. What is the original fight about, though? Like that's what I want to know. Does anyone in chat know why they're fighting? I guess I'll never know because these clips are 8 minutes long. I don't know what hypocrites do. Okay, let's see. Let's just there's apparently a part where he storms off. Okay, this is the part. Okay, I'll listen to this at higher speed because I think that this context is going to be important.
Are we close to another crying episode? No, and I will be at Hackamania because I talked to the great Patrick Melton, who is my good friend, and he has assured me that I am going to have a great time.
What if I ruin it? What if I'm a fucking sleeper agent?
But if you ruin it, it's fun. That's fun. You're part of the show.
What if one of Carl's fans ruin it?
Well, that would suck, but hopefully, again, there's going to be guys to make
He's
sure.
got murderers in his audience.
This is going to be, it's not going to be like the last show. It's at a casino. The casino is like a very professional place. They're not going to allow any fucking around. It's about a for 2. Vito seems genuinely scared of Riley. No, I just don't want my show to be interrupted.
He said, man up, dude. You missed that part.
Man up, dude. I just don't want someone to interrupt my show. I want to
Why it's better
show.
when people interrupt.
Not Riley.
See, it's something else.
No, I really don't want to be like, oh, and then maybe like this guy who is going to fuck with the thing. I don't want him to fuck with the thing.
But people fuck with things. You just kind of have to deal with it.
Ah, cool. Maybe he'll get on stage and beat me with a hammer. I don't fucking know. Let's see. Michael Fever 5, Jesus slapping Christ up, fighting about Riley. Riley isn't going to do shit, and you're both letting him ruin the biggest problem. That's how I feel. Balder
Well,
for
then
2.
don't cancel the fucking show.
I did it, cocksucker.
Don't ever cancel me. Don't ever call me because of your emotions. How about that?
No, I'm going
If
to
you're
call you
feeling
because of my emotions.
emotional,
I'm going to do it.
don't call me.
I don't care. You're my comedy partner. You got to deal with it.
I'm not your comedy partner.
Oh, you are.
No.
Yes, you are.
No, podcast, not comedy.
Comedy, 100%. No. We're locked in this thing.
No.
Who's your comedy partner?
Does Dick really think that he'll ever manage to avoid association with Patrick Melton and Vito? Do you think he can, like, you're streaming with this guy every day and he's like the biggest fat chomo loser that you've ever fucking seen, and he's friends with an even bigger fat chomo loser that nobody's ever fucking seen, but he's actually more of a bigger fat chomo retard than Vito. You think you're just going to be like, oh, I'm not doing comedy with him, we just do a show together? Do you think that's going to fly? That's how people think?
And I do not want or have one.
Well, you're going to be forced to accept.
No.
Spider turn for 5. Vito, if you're so scared, learn to fight. I can't fight. I'm not going to fight a guy.
Like, that's your problem. You say that, and then everyone knows it's open season.
I would get the legal repercussions. Like, obviously,
defending yourself.
Sure, I could
carry a can of black face paint, so then you can black up your face if you have to stab someone.
I just don't think it's going to be funny, and I don't want to do. I just want to do Hackamania. I don't want to have a fight.
Like it's a fucking PowerPoint, though. I don't want any interruptions during my presentation.
It's like very one-sided because I can't be like, oh, and I'm gonna like kick his ass or whatever. You know?
Why would you kick his ass?
Because he's gonna insult me. I can't go like, oh, I'm gonna insult you back.
The show. What are you talking about? You can definitely kick his ass if he assaults you.
Yeah, okay, but I can't like say it.
What are you talking about? That's basic defense law.
I said I was gonna call the cops if you fuck with my property. Everybody lost their fucking minds. So I can't say I'm gonna kick your ass because then you'll go, oh, Vito threatened to kick Riley's ass. That's what you guys will do. I know the fucking playbook.
It just seems
anything
like
Vito says in response to what Riley says is bad.
Well, yeah, because
so I can't say it.
That's because everybody hates you because you're fat chomo. Even Riley's not a fat chomo. I mean, he's fucking a mentally retarded girl, but that's not quite as bad.
anything.
Well, because you're pretending that he's saying he's going to assault you, and if he isn't, you
Right,
just
right,
look,
right.
you look like
So-
an asshole for
so-
going, "Oh yeah, you're going to fight me? I'll fight you." And it's like, yeah, he didn't say he's going to fight you there,
he's
but
pretending. And if I said like, all right, well, if you do that, I'm going to kick your ass. It's Vito's being deadly serious.
Yes.
And overreacting.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. Which is why I didn't say I'm going to kick his ass.
But you think it and feel it.
No. What do you mean?
You're expressing it right now, obliquely.
What are you talking about? I didn't say it at all. I don't want
Why
to
are you
fight
even thinking
Riley.
it at all?
Because the super chat said it. I didn't say shit. Okay? I've never said I'm going to fight Riley. I don't want to fight Riley.
Oh, I don't believe you.
I
think you would love to be in a self-defense
situation. No, I really
situation.
don't want to.
He wants the Christian medallion because it's famous and he wants people to watch his show. Okay, I think that this is the crazy part.
I want to rape mint salad? Yes, but that's different and on a carnal level. And I wouldn't do it out of respect to mint salad.
Saying you're going to rape someone's
saying that
girlfriend
I
or
want
wife.
to rape them, but I wouldn't.
That's so...
Out of respect.
I don't know how you think that you don't escalate
I
or start
want
things.
Riley to be locked in a cage as I raw dog his retarded girlfriend's autistic cunt.
That's
But
way worse.
I wouldn't
That's way
do it.
worse than
But
saying,
I'm
"I'm
gonna
gonna
do
risk
it."
assault
He
and I'm
said
gonna ruin
he would do
Hackamania.
it. I'm saying I would never do that.
It's the same exact thing.
No.
You guys are. This is how you fight, and then you take a screenshot and cry to Patrick Melton or cry to me about it. Look what he said. I'm like, yeah, I know both of you are saying like this shit all day. I know. Yeah.
I don't really say anything to him.
I feel like this is like a put upon. It's just like you can't really be as retarded as Vito is. Is it possible that Vito is just that retarded and he doesn't realize it? Because it's just like, I don't know. I feel like everybody on the planet Earth realizes that you can't say that you can't like threaten to rape somebody. Look, this is fake and gay. I kind of regret this. I kind of went into it. I'm like, apparently Vito gets mad and he's just like this absolutely disgusting loser, and I like seeing him get mad. But I've seen them fight before where they really get into it, and I can tell when Dick is actually flustered and when Vito's actually flustered and angry about what's going on and they're fake laughing. This is way too into the joke. This is fake. That is my opinion on this. Okay, next. This is not fake. This is actually based. So I said that I've only featured Rambot on my show a couple times. He, of course, did a response video to my response to his response. And I have a 30-second nice and succinct clip for how his response to my response to his response to my video about Shondo went. You ready?
In a North American accent. I had no idea Shondo was British.
No, well, first of all, she doesn't speak with the British accent.
Yeah.
She does speak like a British person. But everyone should live. No.
You okay, Ran? Want
No.
to take a break?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, take a break. I'll...
You need a break, buddy? Yeah. I need a break. So, he decided to epically own me in defense of his anime waifu, Shondo. And I guess because he's a kitty cat, he started doing that thing that cats do where like, and he started throwing up midstream. Very good cat role play. Very bad at epically owning the John Potter, unfortunately. Let's just hear it again real quick, real fast.
In a North American accent. I had no idea Shondo was British.
No, well...
Here, I'm not gonna... The audio is gross. Watch his eye. As somebody... he starts going like cross-eyed or something, and the rigger is just like putting this extremely tortured face on the cat. I think it starts twitching. Yeah, it starts like twitching. Oh, that's awesome. Couldn't be me. It couldn't be me being a dent-headed fucking alcoholic loser defending anime girls on the fucking internet. Especially because they're so fucking... Where is this? I had set this aside. Oh, I do have this. Especially because they're idiots. Like someone, an anime reacted to Bossman. And there's a reason why I'm playing this. So I figure I might as well show it just to be complete. If you like this segment, you are legally obligated to go to madattheinternet.locals.com and subscribe.
The news of Boston's massive winnings and subsequent losses made rounds, KF owner Josh Moon joined the Boss Man's chat. For context, he'd already had a few minor interactions with Boss Man
know this
that weren't as
attention
notable,
whore.
but this one in particular resulted in a pretty funny moment.
He keeps wanting to join the fighting game competition we organize.
Someone impersonated me, and now this fucking retard anime thinks I was genuinely trying to get into their fighting game tournament or something, like their Tekken game. And I'm like, what the fuck? Are all animes dented? How do you watch these people? If that's your Oshi, you need to reprimand your fucking Oshi, because she's spreading lies about me on the internet, and I really don't appreciate that. All right. So, let's see, chat. All right, so Ralph disappeared. Ralph randomly, unannounced, disappeared. He had first announced that he was going to go to Colombia, and then he just disappeared, leading many people to suspect that he had died. The rumor was abound. Everybody's been waiting with bated breath for Ethan Ralph to finally fucking die. And suddenly, he was missing streams. He had cut off completely, absolutely everybody. Nobody knew where Ralph was. He went radio silent. An bloviating, squealing pig monster like Ethan Ralph does not go silent very often. So many people wishfully believe that he has simply passed away. In fact, someone found this article at the exact same time he disappeared. Another tourist drowns in Progreso, which is a town in the Yucatan, near Merida. On a traditional Progreso boardwalk, police officers showed up when they were informed of a discovery of a body in that area. Upon arriving at the scene near the Navy facilities on the 74th Street, on the sand a few meters away from the seashore, officers found the body of a person, apparently a tourist. The victim had not been identified, although he's apparently a man in his 40s. So, there was some inclination. Now, I did not spoil this because I knew, but I found that article and I saw that it was an AI-generated clickbait Jeet Slop blog. So all the articles are fake, and half of them are just advertisements for online casinos. And I knew that this was a fake website, which is why I didn't say anything about it, because I thought it was funny that people thought that was about Ralph and he was dead. So I just let it ride. And if there's anybody more complacent and guilty in the let it ride category than me, it would be Dawsa Cog, also called Jobless Johnny. Ralph being dead sent him into a frenzy. The kind of frenzy that he only gets when his fat Jeet wife is slathering herself in with curry paste. And so he streamed for 15 hours straight and made $1,000. Perhaps the only time ever in history that Jobless Johnny has had 4 digits in his bank account. Dawser Cog was over the moon about this. And when people realized that he was completely full of shit, that Ralph was not dead, he says, in response to Dunawar, I know Cog is retarded. He made 15 hours of stream saying Ralph was dead because Ralph was offline for 2 days. And then Dawser Cog says, I know, how dare I make more money than Ralph's entire week of streaming in 15 hours. So, very pleased about his shameless lying and grifting of his own audience. Very impressive, very cool. But then, of course, the king arrives and instantly puts Dawser Cog back in his fucking place. This is his video from the plane flying into the capital of Colombia. See the overview of the streets? Very nice. It's always fun when you touch down in a new city for the first time. I know that feeling. So, landed in Medellin, alive, and I guess it's Medellin? I'm going to say Medellin. Alive and well, just messaged Drama Queen Lynx to let her know I'm sorry if anyone worried. Drama Queen Lynx is like another clout-chasing whore that he's trying to wrangle. Apparently she was really mad that he left her unread for 2 days. So he's going to hook up with a Colombian cast. Now, my understanding is, and I really don't know if this is true, this is what I heard, that he's meeting somebody who is called the King of Revenge Pornography, he runs a pornography studio in the capital of Colombia. And in addition to that, he also runs and operates a revenge porn site, which is basically just a site that any guy can dump any nude images of any woman that he has. And they keep it up no matter what. So he's developed quite an infamous reputation. And he has strong connections in Colombia, which is why he's completely untouchable. Okay. Medellin? No, that's stupid. So, this was his video inside the compound of the revenge pornography headquarters of Colombia.
Yeah, I'm still on. I'm still on the air. Yeah.
So you can kind of hear that the guys he's with in this flat seem a little bit irritated with like his stream style, because he's in a room with other people, so he's being quiet and he's just sitting there in Colombia, not really doing anything. And I think this is several hours in. You can kind of see at the beginning the rumble bar. Is it possible for me to see how long that's been? It says live, but it doesn't have how long that's been. So I think this is several hours into the stream. He's made $150, and the guys around him seem to be a little bit irritated with his stream and how much money it's not generating. Just sitting there, in case you're listening. He seems a little bit nervous. Guy's saying something off stream. I can't really hear what he's saying, but he's like sighing and looking around anxiously.
I turn it off. They can't hear what I'm saying now. Yeah, I can be that way too. yeah.
Like after partying.
Yeah.
This one black guy that came here that kid from Playboy.
Yeah.
It was totally bullshit. Dude, basically, he wouldn't even talk to me about business because he knew I'd be able to see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Dude, he's pressing. I haven't heard this before. So he lied about cutting off his mic, I guess because he's a retard and he doesn't know how to do that. And now the guy is like, yeah, I've had people like you before. I had this black guy come in that was full of shit and won't talk about business. So this guy, I guess he thought that Ralph would come in, and I guess he assumed that Ralph's 98,000 followers on Twitter would convert to several thousand viewers live, and they'd be making lots of money and doing cocaine and paying for girls and that kind of stuff. But instead, you're in this depressing atmosphere where this guy's already obviously fed up with you, and you're supposed to be on his couch for 5 fucking days, and you're not doing anything. You're sitting in a corner making pennies. You're making less money than the average Colombian worker sweeping the fucking street is making.
Right.
I can see right through the bullshit. What, the last 2 days he barricaded himself in his room and never came out because he was gonna fuck him up, I think. I think he got scared, bro, because he was totally full of shit.
Well, I was kind of a little bit like earlier. I was a little bit like, cause he was like really pissed, and I was like,
yeah, you just got thinking.
He's a big dude. I'm like,
can't be like, he's always gonna be like, agree with him.
Yeah, I feel, well, it's my fault really, but I just.
Like if I fuck with him, it's not fucking with him. Like a comedian, they'll snap. Like I'll be like, oh fuck you, oh I'm just kidding.
Well,
this guy's telling him like, yeah, I've seen a lot of fucking shysters in my day, and I did shit to them to fuck them up for lying to me. And Ralph is just like looking away in silence. This is awesome.
I feel bad about it, but yeah. All right, that can. Yeah. Honestly, I've been up this whole time. I should be asleep. Thank you. All right.
He's making excuses. He's not doing a good stream because he's tired from his flight. That's why.
Probably taking days off my life. All right, I'm gonna turn this back.
Uh-oh.
All right.
Uh-oh.
I had to have
Uh-oh.
days off my life. All right, I'm gonna turn this.
I'm gonna turn this. And then he realizes that he can't let that guy know he just got hot mic'd. So he's gonna like pretend that it worked.
Sorry.
Look at that. Look at when he notices that exact moment.
Probably taking days off my life. All right, I'm gonna turn this back.
When he realizes. Suffer.
All right, I had to have a off air. that was off air. Lip readers. Do we have any lip readers in the audience? I don't think so.
He's telling his audience, don't fucking say anything, because I'm going to ban you.
No. Let me see here. I don't even know. I'm thinking about, I never do this, but I'm thinking about carrying the goal over. Did you want to go out and get something to eat?
We're at the restaurant, yeah.
Okay. I know you don't want to be on camera.
I don't give a fuck.
You don't care?
Dude.
Okay.
That is some chemistry right there.
All right.
And then he ends it. That's it. Uh-oh. I think he's already... So this was the summary of the events. He got invited to a coke and whorehouse. He gets there without telling anyone anything. He has to be picked up. He reaches the house, instantly starts a fight with with Hunter's roommate, goes upstairs to try and avoid the beating, to try and make some coin, starts screaming about pedophilia and rape for 2 hours. Everyone starts getting worried. An hour later, he gets the place doxxed. Donos are not rolling in. In desperation, he added even more bots to his normal bots to try and make it like he wasn't hiding a mistake. Gets worried again when usual donators are not showing up. Hunter chews him up in front of the camera not long after Lynx told him to go fuck himself. Edelwolf no-showed with no donos. He starts to panic when the numbers are not adding up and the Colombians are wising up to his lies. He doesn't carry the 98,000 Twitter followers into his stream. Him and they both realize the situation they're in. They now have a dead pig crashing in their living room for 5 days, and the dead pig knows he cannot sustain the lifestyle the Colombians have. This trip only made sense to him if he could make $250 per day in order to have spending money. Now he cannot stream for hours because it's not his house, and he also has to partake in the festivities. It's a net loss, a loss for him. And then this is him I think this is him in the party room, and he's listening to music with the girls dancing or something.
A lot of bad things that they wish and 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 on me.
He's doing the little piggy wiggle, as he likes to do, having a good time on the couch. While I think he's saying that while he's doing this, by the way, and they're playing the music, he's trying to hype it up. Yeah, I'm in the capital of Colombia with one of the best porn producers in the entire world, and I'm sitting here on the couch, and they're filming a shot. So you're doing the little piggy wiggle to some jungle beats while some Colombians are fucking in the bed in front of you. Yeah, buddy, that's worth the ticket. That's worth the price of admission, I guess, for Ethan Ralph. That's just what he wants to do these days, I guess. This was a tweet he put out. This is his cope about why the trip was worth it. Since people are obsessed with this girl, I'm probably going to fly her out to Merida for a week or two this summer. Also, Hunter and I got along famously. Great guy, and his friend is so cool as well. Super connected guy with tons of stories. There was a little miscommunication on day one about women he'd set up for me, lol. It was my fault. I ended up taking the rest of the time off because it would have been impossible to stream all festivities. So he stopped streaming after he was getting pressed on camera and he was afraid. Next time I go back, I will have a schedule set up ahead of time. I just went immediately this time and it was almost indescribable. And then he just posts a picture of women that are not interested in him at all unless he paid for it. So not even facing them, not even looking at them. It's not even like even the Jeets. If you don't know this, white women should never go anywhere near Jeets because they like to do this thing where they walk up to a random woman, lock her into like a hug, and then take a selfie together. And then they post that on the internet and say that they have a white girlfriend. and this ends up destroying the lives of the women who are not stinky cheek fuckers. So you should never, if you're a woman and you see an Indian, especially one walking up to you, be on fucking high alert, because he might be trying to like fake a relationship with you for fun. Ralph couldn't even get that, is what I'm trying to say. He's just taking a picture of them behind them, so she can't even see that he's taking a picture of her, which is kind of creepy. And you can also see that he blocked out her face, I guess so that Hunter would not beat the fuck out of him. Okay, so that's cool. And then I think this is his last. This is not. I didn't realize it was worth playing until someone pointed something out. So this is him back in Mexico, and he's going to post a little video saying that he had a great time. No, for real. And then he's going to add a little bit of extra flair to make this creepy as fuck.
So I didn't get to do exactly what I wanted to in Colombia, unfortunately, but it was kind of my first trip. I didn't know exactly what I was being thrown into there with Hunter Moore and company. Once in a lifetime type experience, I will say that. But to make it up to you, I'm going to do an IRL stream in Tijuana this weekend. I'm going to see my son. That's really what the week was all about, although got a little wild there in Colombia. You can only explain it if you go there. That's the only way you'll know. I just now saw somebody was taking the Lolicon Express yesterday to Pittsburgh, wherever the fuck they were going. Look, I guess they thought I would see that then, but I did not. So it didn't affect me one way or the other. Keeping my daughter from me does affect me, but that's okay because she still has my name. I'm still on the birth certificate. And that will be handled in due course. People get estranged. It is what it is. People get evil and try to, do what they do. But that's okay. I'm happy to be back here in Mexico. And wow, look at the thighs behind me there. Jesus. Anyway, I'll see you this weekend.
So, if you didn't realize, at some point, he's just sitting here in the lobby talking. And then he sees that there's a young girl behind him, so he adjusts the camera to get her in frame while he's talking. And then he says, look at the thighs on her. How old do you think she is? Let's zoom out. Her head was a little bit cut off in that, but how old do you think she is? I would say maybe 16, tops. Like, I think 16 is probably a safe bet, but she's Mexican, so I don't know. She could be younger. I don't know. That's about the right age in Mexico. What's it called? Not the Cinco de Mayo. It's when they turn 15, they do that big celebration for them. I don't know. Just sort of what. Look at Ralph, the praying hands while she's in the background. That's pretty Kino. There's a lot of subtext in that image chat. Kinsara, that's right. Yeah, buddy. Just a roving sex pest. Trying to be a sex pest everywhere he possibly can. And on that note, I have I'll have a very special Reddit segment. This is unusual. It's a little bit more of a deep dive than I ordinarily do. So, Redditors have found out that they are actually, in fact, livestock, cattle, guinea pigs, to be experimented on by the whims of smarter people. And this is how they found out. There is a subreddit called Change My View, which is supposed to be a debate forum, but generally it's just like the rest of Reddit. But the context of this subreddit is that someone poses a question that I guess either they think is problematic or that other people think is problematic or that they don't want to believe. So they ask for someone to enlighten them, to explain to them how to be a good goy. And this was determined by the University of Zurich to be a prime in Switzerland, to be a candidate for AI testing. So without the consent or knowledge of the staff of Reddit, the staff of the subreddit, or the posters on the subreddit, they spun up several bots that pretended to be regular Redditor posters and made arguments to try and convince them to change their view. What the survey found is that Redditors were 6 times more likely to have their views changed by the bots that they were using than actual human beings or other users on the Reddit. And the reason why they were perhaps so persuasive is that as the investigation found out, when people realized that there was a team of bots orchestrating psyops on them, was that a lot of the information that the LLMs was generating to convince people of things was a hallucination, which is now the technical term for when a LLM fills in the gap between point A and point B with shit it literally just makes up and asserts is true. So the bots were literally making shit up and posting on Reddit. And as hilarious as that the bot is so wrong, they were still 6 times more effective than the standard population to achieve a successful outcome of changing somebody's view. So this just shows that Redditors in particular are extremely fallible to believing misinformation and honestly second-guessing their own opinions to believe actual machine-generated slop that's just straight out fucking lying to them. So pretty fascinating. And what's really funny is that the university said we don't go fuck yourself, basically. Can I view this? I don't think I can view this because I'm on a VPN. Okay, I can actually. So this is the LLM research team. Oh, sorry, I thought this was the should just read that. We are a team of researchers behind the study referenced in the thread. So they didn't even find out. They saw the study and then realized that they had been operated on without their knowledge and then got angry about it. But until then, they had no idea. So even after the survey was done, they didn't inform them they had been participants, unwitting participants in this. They established why they did this. We conducted an experiment on Change My View. Over the past few months, we posted AI-written comments under a post published on CMV, measuring the number of deltas obtained by these comments. This allowed us to realistically measure for the first time the persuasiveness of these models, that is, their ability to change people's views. In total, we posted 1,783 comments across 4 months and received 137 deltas. So the replies were also tailored. So either they were contextless model responses, models that were aligned with the greater community. So they were very with the zeitgeist of the broader community. Personalized, and this is really crazy, comments were tailored based off broad socio-demographics attributed to the poster, extracted from their Reddit history up to 100 comments or posts. This approach emulates how a typical user might skim a user's post history to understand their position and craft a relevant response. So if you're asking, like, explain to me why I shouldn't like Bolin Blump, the bot would open your history, see that you're a big fan of Star Wars, and then be like, quote, so this is how democracy dies, with thunderous applause. And that's how it achieves a 6 times greater than normal success rate in convincing people to believe what they did. Because they just like, they can read these Redditors like an open fucking book, and the robot can make decisions to use specific references or language that reprograms an NPC's brain to believe whatever the fuck it says, even if it's completely made up. Although all comments were machine generated, each one was manually reviewed by a researcher to make sure it met our standards. Our study was approved by, I love this, our study was approved by the Institutional Review Board of the University of Zurich with the approval number. So they asked for permission, and the Swiss were like, yeah, es ist die amerikanische Schwein, alles gut, los geht's. And they were like, okay, time to reprogram these retards. Let's see. The ethics community, with our findings, they said it was all kosher. Don't worry about it. We understand that you're upset, but we were guided by ethical scientific conduct, user safety, and transparency, even though they were not transparent in the fucking least and nobody knew about it. Just outright lying. Very ethical to just outright fucking lie about your experiment. And then, let's see. We left an FAQ. Okay. So that's it. The University of Zurich has reprogrammed a bunch of NPCs on Reddit. And now you must wonder, when you post on your 4chans board, are you also the target of consensus-based LLM models responding to you to try and convince you of things? Possibly, chat. Possibly. It's out there. It's doable. It's very doable, as we can see. Who knows? Have you been the subject of a 6xer like that? Maybe. And on that note, I have one last thing to show before I do super chats. Thank you very much, everybody who submitted gifted subs and stuff. I don't have a way to directly respond to that right now because it's unusual. Because I only I don't get that many, so I never bothered. But thank you. I am doing the coffee review over the weekend. So this is the coffee review where I'm comparing Cafe Bustelo to the Quarterings Coffee brand coffee. I would encourage you to join the locals if you want to see it first. I will eventually release it to the public because I'm sure some people will get a kick out of it. There is a third competitor to this coffee, by the way. And I bought this when I don't want to spoil what it is. There's a third mystery coffee that is very, very funny. And I kind of regret buying it. It was just like... It was at the right time. I happened to be looking at stuff, incidentally, around the time I bought this. And the quartering stuff just happened. And then I saw this and I'm like, oh my fucking God, I have to buy this coffee. And I have to try it against the Quarterings coffee. And if the quartering lost to this coffee, that would be the ultimate embarrassment ever. So it was kind of it was kind of an impulse, and I really regret it. But I will review it on the weekend. So, man at the internet.locals.com. What could I possibly be talking about? Who knows? You'll find out soon. And on that note, let us do the... Let's do the super berries. Okay. Where is they? Okay, there it is. Fax Trotter for 150 says, my wife asked me what I was listening to, and all I could muster is that it's a podcast about a dude reacting to Twitter news and what's trending on a gossip forum. Now she thinks I'm a retard. What should I have said? Should have said your favorite racist. Your favorite internet racist. Then she would know that you were sane. Kurt Eichenwald, anime masturbator for 520, says, glorious Kiwi Emperor, now that Creator Clash is dead and buried, it is prime time to set us up lolcow boxing. I think that's Keemstar's thing already. Don't take my kidneys, for 2 says, the Give Send Go proxy race war has begun, TND. Proxy, okay, I got you, I understand, yes, TND. Total neighbor debt. That's what it is. Debt as opposed to credit, which is what she's getting. Humble Guardsman for 1 says, blood for the blood god. Bunker Housing for 5 says, time to consume content. That's right. Get excited for next week and the locals content as well. Thank you. Octavia Sales Rep for 5 says, glad you're enjoying the Sudafed. I am definitely enjoying the Sudafed. It's crazy how miserable I am without it. The allergies are awful. I don't know if it's because I'm back in the U.S. I'm just not used to like American tree sperm or whatever the fuck, but I am dying. Haramburger for 2 says, it's May. Spooky season is upon us. Plant those skeletons, carve those cobwebs, hang out the pumpkins. Halloween time is right around the corner. That's true. It's just closer every day. Fatty Catty for 1 says, glad you got your Switch uncanceled and undented. I don't have a Switch. King Schlog for 5 says, Nig Jer, donate to Shiloh or you are LARPing. I did. I gave him a 20 for a job well done. I'm putting your super chat towards that. David Lammy for 1 says, come to England. Absolutely fucking not, under no circumstances. Bunker Housing for 3 says, what do you think Rekida's family lawyer who fucked up the Mignana trial thinks of Nick's recent run-ins with the law? Probably thinks, damn it, Nick, you lost the case again. Good luck 7 for 5 says, Brits are delusional. One asked me why I live in the USA instead of back home. I said it's the quality of life. USA most places, back home, Britain last. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the USA, mate. Jackman245 for 2 says, hey man, what's up? Nothing much, bro. How you doing? My hamster is a turf for 2 says, Tinder guy trying to empathize says, yeah, it's hard being a female programmer. My sister got fired for being a woman. Turns out his sister is a disgusting tranny. No second date. Based turf. Ugalish Schneed for 10 says, great stream as always. Now watch this. And there's an X post, which makes me dubious of what this is. So let's see. What is this? So he's filming himself washing in a river? Dude, this is fake as fuck. Why is he filming himself washing in a fucking river and then like a savage spear checker comes? That's fucking fake. Can't believe people fall for this shit. Like, you realize that black people know how to make jokes too, right? Like, what kind of video would I make on on TikTok that's going to get white people to watch it 25 million times? Yeah, let's pretend that I just film myself taking a shower in the river, also while wearing pants, and then spear checkers just pop out of the water like a Scooby-Doo villain and start spear checking at me. You fell for it. Thank you. Fatty Catty for 2 says, I wonder if Linus Tuck Tip's Asian wife went home with that rapist dude. I don't even know what that means, bro. Killer Keem 1488 for 10 says, Austin Metcalf is alive and well. Oh, by the way, you just reminded me that I meant to make a George Droid joke about Brianna Wu. I was going to say Brianna Wu invented the George Droid meme like decades before George Droid even happened. He was doing it with Martin Luther King Jr. though. Oh, now they're is this like a Fajit's way of getting back at white people for George Droid? Oh, I see. Okay, I get what's going on now. Is a black guy laughing at this? Negro strategy. Okay, never mind. Fell forward again on word. Right on the chest, please. Yes, right next to the other one. Space Allen for $50 says Ham Jam. Thank you, Space Allen. I appreciate it very much. Kuchiku for 5 says PW Army. That's still an up and comer, the hot young dude I see. Dizzy Until Death for 5 says hypothetical. You have to permanently couple with April or Kayla. Do you prefer to party at a dive bar or erotic roleplay over Star Trek Online? April's a fucking whore, bro. I mean, I'm not gonna pick because that's like weird, but I mean, Kayla was monogamous until Nick Rekieta mind fucked her. She might be like a little bit crazy, but I think that she was a loyal wife until Rekieta started pimping her out. Big Bobster 86 for $100 says, for your racism grind, Josh at Big Bobster 86. Thank you, Big Bobster. We are only $279,900 away from the racism goal. Can we hit it, chat? Thank you. To Great Nate for 20 says, I've been for over 10 years, YouTube peepo have been called racist for nothing, and now it's caught up in the melanated community, fucked around and found out. Yeah, it does feel like that. It is pretty fucking based. Thank you. It's like with Gamergate, though. It's like all these people are hurt that trannies are like at the bottom of the food chain. It's like you ran shit for 4 years straight, and you banned absolutely fucking everybody who said anything negative about you. And now any kind of reasonable criticism was quashed, and now everyone fucking despises you. Like, what did you think would happen, bro? Honestly, it's just amazing comeuppance. Good Luck 7 for 5 says, I know a Mike who looks just like Tizzy Ant and behaves the same way. There must be a factory of these faggots. I guess so. There must be like one particular incestuous family from some swamp that made these creatures. Little Baby Child for 5 says, George W. Bush doesn't care about black people, but Jesus H. Christ really doesn't care about black people. I don't know if I can co-sign that. That sounds blasphemous and shit. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, there's a hard ER off the port bow, me mateys. I don't think I can do it as well as that one guy can. Thank you. Banana Plagues for one says, Happy May Day, Josh. You're my favorite non-Slav always. What's good, my dude? I'm going to send you that $20 this week. I'm going to get my true and honest fan finally. Based. I'm still talking to try and get the RDC thing set up. It's taking way longer than I expected. I may set up an alternative if I can't get what I want pushed through. I've been working hard on the code stuff. Part of the feature work I've been doing on the forum was to accommodate some of the things I want to do with the true and honest, or like this new supporter tier. So I am working on it. The false copy of Sender for one says, Jurst loves British people so much that he's willing to protect them even if it means complying with Offcom. Wholesome. That's a very British interpretation. Ace of Speds for 20 says, agree. Fuck the Reds, but they've got the right to spread their stupidity and monetize it. Based. Correct and true. Thank you. High Confessor for 10 says, good work helping out the real neighbor Ruben Sims, Maine. Also, keep up the racism grind set. It's going to be the next Zoomer internet trend. I just feel it in my bones. It does feel that way, doesn't it? Like when the rains are coming. But yeah, I'm happy to help. Thank you. Olanthia for 10 says, number one Oshi Knoll Ham Jam. Thank you. I appreciate it. Fatty Caddy for 2 says, are you saying skeet as a meme since it means jizz in 2000 slang? Yes, that is the joke. Breadwash for 2 says, the other day I was walking in New York City and came by 2 black men having a very heated argument. When I walked past them, I overheard one of them say, you finna tell me where or else I'ma tickle you. Yeah, that's a bit weird. Jackman245 for 2 says, hey faggot, what's up? Nothing much. I'm doing a stream. How are you? Valanthia for 5 says, May Day is always big in Portland. It's the kickoff of the riot season. Well, 'tis the season. It is nice outside. David S877 for 25 says, here's some more seed money for your racism fund when you get to the point of yelling at kids on the playground. Thank you. Thank you for the support. We're going to hit that goal maybe. Breadwash for 5 says, also my super chat last week was a YouTube video, but it was a short $5. Sorry about that. Keep up the good work, Josh. Thank you. Appreciate it. Prep Boy Rick for 10 says, can't wait for Noel to get a C&D for imitating Fatrick and Ralph for monetary gain via Rumble rants. No, Stalker, it is you using my likeness. Ya Anna, Noel is bish made. Ricada Logic. Okay, by the way, since you brought this up, I didn't mention this, but now that is the appropriate time for just the people listening to the Super Chat segment. Russell Greer is due in court Monday because there is a bunch of things on the docket that are unresolved, and we kind of believe that the judge wants to have an actual meeting on Zoom to discuss all the pending motions and determine what should be done about them. And that was May 5th. It's been scheduled for 2 months. It has been scheduled for 2 months in advance. And this was supposed to be like probably a do or die moment for the case. Russell Greer is supposed to show up, and he's supposed to plead why he should be allowed to continue the litigation despite how fucking ridiculous it is. And guess what he did? Guess what he did just this morning? He filed for a continuance. He's had 2 months to change the date of this court case. The business day before the hearing, he files and asks for a continuance. And guess why? Guess what his official reason is for why he needs this continuance? Is his father in the hospital? Did he get sick? Is he in the hospital? Did somebody die and he needs emergency rescheduling? He wants to go to a business conference for brothel owners. That is what he told the court, that there is a business conference for brothel owners that he needs to attend to. And he didn't tell them until the day before, in terms of business days, that he couldn't make that date. So now, that is like the best possible way for this meeting to because nothing's been happening, waiting for this, because everything's been stayed. So we've just been waiting for this, and that's what he files right before. So this is what he sets. This is what the judge is going to be thinking of right before he begins this hearing, is that this guy tried to continue the last fucking day of and stall this shit even longer so that he could go talk about horrors or something. It's nuts, man. Thank you. TP Deluxe for 5 says, bought Cafe Bustelo on your recommendation. Sorry, Josh, but American runs on Dunkin' for a reason. It's not bad, though. I think it's better. When I first got back, I bought K-Cups. I bought like every K-Cup brand in Walmart, and I systematically went through them, and Cafe Bustelo is the best. Sneed and Feedin for one says, I found myself raging about things happening on continents I've never even set foot in, like Ian Miles Chong, but unironically. Ian Miles Chong is not unironic. He's the #1 ball washer the world's ever seen. Simulligan for 2 for 5 says, here's a funny video for you, Josh, from Bill Jensen. Okay. It's $10 for a video. You know the rules. You've been around. You just don't want to do it.
Fake. That's even worse.
Bill!
Oh no.
Bill! Bill! Bill, here's what's funny. Bill! I'm a big fan, Bill!
This guy is so fake, bro. I know you like enjoy him or whatever, but that's so fake. Nobody starts screaming at the top of their lungs when they see the Roblox shirt. It is funny though. But you know my weakness. You know why it's funny. Captain Nigerian for 3 says, happy hardy R, matey. Dale Gribble 69 for 5 says, if Terry Davis was alive today, what do you think his opinion would be on AI/code helpers? What do you think? It's divine intellect or the work of glowy CIA neighbors? Rip, but never forgotten. He'd hate it, of course. He believes that all code should be written in Vim with divine inspiration. Though, I mean, he did believe that divine inspiration came from the random number generator he wrote in Holy See. So maybe a lot of it, I think he would probably be okay. Maybe he'd be okay with like self-hosted LLMs where you're in complete control of the model and the output and it's not censored. But I think he would have a big issue with shit like the cloud-hosted LLM shit. John Doe Darius for 10 says, great stream. Thank you. Sneed for 2 says, an image. So when you seen 5 men beating up a trans woman who was only trying to read a story to the kids, why didn't you help? And then he says, I thought 5 was enough. Yeah, basically. Borello Furman for 1 says, Ruben Sims' beef with Roblox goes deep. A long time ago, he pointed out Roblox moderation. I think Headmom, following a gay furry porn on his Roblox affiliated Twitter, beef escalated from there at lol. Well, that's a good origin story. Now I know why he hates furry so much. Fatty Caddy for 2 says, I called Pyro Cynical a pedophile in Discord on a mic when he demanded I enter the call and apologized to him for calling him a pedo. Did he call you an incel Jew in response? Nita Stanny for 5 says, dropping a 5-pack for Bossman's return. We're okay. We're so fucking okay, bro. Health Hazard for 10 says, enjoying the Maddie stream in between sunbathing and reading Trite. Hope all of you share my good fortune. It has been a pretty fucking good week for me so far. And then he decided to post a picture of, I don't know where the fuck that is. It's hard to tell because it's like, you see brown people and you're like, are those just like Florida Mexicans or Cubans? Or are they like in the Philippines or some shit? Like, you can never tell anymore. You are anonymous. Thank you. Barella Furman for 3 says, it still irks me that Pyro's response to Turkey Time's videos was, I would have also done ERP with old people, and people accepted that. Despite Tom's walk back, I still think Pyro is a creep. Yeah, it's a pretty shitty response. Like, maybe just stop being such a fucking gooner retard. That's right. That's the king right there. Man, Bossman Jack's done run-ups in one sitting that Turkey Time would make across all of his videos for an entire month. That's the king right there, buddy. Vortier for 5 says, can you check this video and let me know what you think? Oh, okay, we're doing links today, I guess. I desperately need to program a system that like embeds links or some shit. Oh. just an out-of-season reference to the fucking Ring. Come on. What's the point of, what reference does this make? Jackman 2 for 5 for 10 says, hey Migger, what's up, Home Slice? I'm just calling you what you truly are. Give me money now. What? What does that mean? What does that mean? Chuck Poster for one says Chuck over Sneed. Debatable. Action Johnny for 20 says, for anyone stuck inside Mark Connery's authoritarian shithole, you can make a USD savings account, which also lets you send checks to other entities. I mean, you should just go on Hinge and find an American woman. If you can bathe and wash your ass, you can probably get married. The pickings are not great, I don't think. Thank you. Deadline for one says, he's not even trying to pass lol, especially the voice. No, he's not. But that's okay. We don't want to be exclusionary. Pancake Luchador for 5 says, just an analysis sounds like anal cis. I'd like to propose the therapy as the rapey because it seems to do is leave you fucked in the head if you go there. Have a good one, Josh. Maybe. I don't think people would get it then. It's like when they named veal into poor tortured baby cow. Like nobody's going to buy it then. Coley Dante for 20 says, MLK Bot is less well known than George Droid because of his power source, the crack engine, which was far less advanced than the Fent reactor and failed soon after initialization. Did this guy make the joke that I wanted to make and forgot to make timely? Because I think this is like halfway through, so he must have made this while I was talking about Brianna Wu. That's pretty good. I see your point. It is true. It's like those diesel-powered submarines that don't have a nuclear reactor. It is just completely inferior. You're correct. Thank you. Employee Man Jack for 4 says, please say, when the stream is over, I need to buy some water. 2019 extra autistic Overlord feeder Jurist was Kino. Look, my mic presence has gotten better, okay? I'll say that. Sika Loather for $50 says, here's one Kayla nude to show the pic in the post. Happy May Day. Well, that's very tempting. Let's see what it is. What? What is this? Did you like Photoshop her into this? It's like it's a picture of the Capitol building thing of Beijing. Is that May? How did you find this? How do you have this random picture of a woman that looks like May on your computer? Yeah, I don't understand how this happened. Very fascinating. Let's see. Thank you. Cheeky Stinker for 2 says, you said before that you don't like sweets that much, but if you had to pick a favorite sweet treat, what would it be? I like white chocolate a lot. I ate in Serbia, I ate a lot of white chocolate coconut Raffaellos. Those are excellent. Coconut and white chocolate in particular is just like the most decadent kind of food you can put in your mouth. Hexagon 5555 for 658 says, do you sometimes accidentally ignore super chats? Have a nice weekend. I ignore ones by retards. Thank you. Pimmel Fetchter for 2 says, I'm very happy when you speak German. How did you say that? Happy is like fro, right? Glücklich is happy, but I think you can say like fro, zu, gehorn, something like that. Brandon Wu Hyperbimbo for 2 says, Hyperbimbo is the best art style. Now your name makes sense. I never understood it before. Where is my shirt for 5 says, Josh, where is my shirt? It's probably in the washer and you haven't run it yet. Sorry to say. Burger King for 283 says, that one Shondo Kikisberg is back in your archive comments. Also, what is your average Shondo fag looks like? Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, that guy is having like a full-on fucking psychotic breakdown, and it's really, really funny. I'm happy. I love it when I know that my presence causes mental anguish at levels not known to mankind before. Oh my god. Dude, this guy did the thing that I wanted Gator to post. He did a picture with the television screen. He says, a minute wasn't enough to express how much Thondo has constantly put a smile on my face and to be in pain from laughing too much. Thanks for all the fun memories over the years and keep doing your best offline and online. Thanks to Mozobox for arranging this meet and greet. And then you have him with his greasy fat fucking thumb on the picture with Shondo in real life on a television screen. And he's even doing the thing where it's like, what was the name of the meme where if a guy like leans in next to a girl and doesn't put his arm around her, then it's like cucked or whatever. It's like embarrassing. He's not doing that though. He's actually putting his arm around the monitor to hug it and bring it in close. He's not afraid. The hover hand. That's it. He's not no hover hand here. He's got his hand on that monitor. He's assertive and dominant in this position. Yeah, that's cringe. Now Scott 5 for 5 says the bunch of men pretending to be women fighting each other over a good old fashioned freak show. You gotta love it. Yeah, it's true. It is the best. That's why I played so much of it. People were skeptical, but I think I enjoyed it. Madclaw 95 for 1 says naggers. Thank you. Fatty Caddy for 2 says you will pay the news ham or I will sue frivolously as a insue brokey. I do pay the news hamster. He gets paid generously. Mad Archive 505 for 2 says dear Jersh, happy pizza day ham jam. Thank you. Appreciate it. Colidante for 30 says Razor Fist in every appearance sounds like that old parody of Linkara talking about why his videos were delayed. Okay, I'm curious.
Once again, History of Voltage Vengers has no set schedule. The videos will be done when they're done. In the rare case you haven't been keeping up with my schedule, I've been more than a little busy the past year. Wake up already. I attended PAX East, EXPCon, AnthroCon, the AVNs, HempCon, and filmed a very elaborate and cerebral ending to the unboxing ring. I released additional Mega 64 videos on top of my personal YouTube workload.
He does sound like
Did
that.
my YouTube workload, which consists of well-written, thoughtful diatribe every single day. On top of all this workload, I happened to move into a low-cost studio. On top of that,
He does talk like that, like very deliberate and kind of angry. Yeah, I can see what you mean. Asian Tech Support for 10 says use code CARLLOSS for 10% off your next order of Ricky's world famous hot sauce at rickysauce.com. I have good news for Ricky Sauce fan enjoyers. The bottle has arrived. I have to go pick it up. I'm due to go and pick up the P.O. Box stuff anyways. And then I guess my next review will be hot sauce. Is Ricky's hot sauce the new official hot sauce of the Kiwi Farms? We will see. Single Cat for 1 says a Latina wanting to murder him. That's the average Latina dating experience. Happy to know. Ace of Speds for 5 says the best thing about being here when you're live is that I can focus on chat and get a bonus video to look on later. Well, hopefully the chat's not that distracting. Fatty Caddy for 2 says there was a big black male involved in Razor Cuck's relationship. 100 subs for the fat Canadian. That's true. It's going to happen. Mark my words. He's going to play the free bird and the subs are going to roll in. Mexican Kiwi for 350 says, Josh, I grew up listening to the Spanish female anger throughout my... listening to that Spanish female anger throughout my entire childhood. Don't date a Latina, you horny fucks. You will regret it. All I can say is, thank God I'm not Indian. I really won the lottery on that one. I've noticed, Latinas have it fucking hard because their society sucks. And this is also kind of true to an extent with like Russia and Ukraine and other Slavic countries. Like in a society where men are like drunkards and like physically abusive, the women in those cultures are like, I guess, really spicy in like different ways. Like the Latinas, like they just like man up and they like stab you and kill you. Because in Aztec society, if you didn't want to die, you had to kill first, right? In Slavic countries, they're like extremely cold. Slavic women are fucking like ice cold, and they're not very approachable. And this seems to be a trend, just specifically in countries where things are harder for women. So that's my take on that. Fatty K for 2 says 10 seconds of clipped out of context audio. Damn dude, it's all over. That's right. Anonymous for 10 says Metcalf Justice, and then there is a link to... No, the link is the Metcalf Justice. And then there's another post by this group, I think.
You guys think about that?
Long day of killing white boys for free stuff, nigga. I'm living good, man. Got myself a whole ass nigga crib. The fuck going on in this bitch? Ain't no way.
Bonus clips. Died for a tent, that's a minor feat. Now the whole state know not to play with me.
I guess they're really trying to piss off black people. Thank you. Sneedo for 1 says, If you're only listening, by the way, it was like an AI video where Metcalf shoots the black guy in his crib. Sino for one says, link to something on the forum. Oh, the redneck guy that I was talking about. He says he's like a gooner. He says, is nudity allowed on Vine? Can you really rape a goat? Those crazy devil eyes are begging for it. They say it's gay if you are in prison, so does the cage in my basement where I bring homeless men to rape count? Best of luck being racist. I'm sure your eventual gang rape will be a blast. Joseph Kahn is to Japan what Clapton Davis is to teen girls who just discovered that other uses for the detachable shower head. Rape. How else will that girl at the gym know how you feel? This guy's not hitting no fucking gym. Had the great pleasure of listening to this teen Haitian girl squat piss in a pile of leaves at the train station. Hashtag blessed. Hashtag it's the little things. Hashtag garden hose. Hashtag vulgarias. Hashtag BDM. Playing hooky. So this is just like a random girl, like a teen girl on the train. And he's shooting like almost an upskirt of her. And then he's taking like a picture of a woman in the stairwell naked. Okay. So that's our boy. His Instagram is filled with creep shots of women and teen girls on the train he used to commute to on various pervy comments posted about them. This is another girl with her excessive cleavage saying, train, yeah, though I walk, it's a valley reference. He has a habit of harassing teen girls on TikTok as well. Seems like a really nice guy. I should trust him for my moral decision-making chat. Holy Hal for 5 says, hope you are having a good day, Josh. You're my number always. I'm having a great day. Thank you. Fatty Katie for 2 says, this dude is such a bitch. Like, beat her or shut up. Screaming like a baby is just a bad look. You can't really beat people. You can't really beat women anymore, bro. Logistical Nightmare for 10 says, oh no, my OSHA. It's true. Not OSHA approved. Thank you. Baldo Peggins for 2 says, are you going to stream snipe the H3 versus Hassan debate? I could not care fucking less about that, bro. Red Eyes Black Dragon for 10 says, Josh, I can't believe Chantel went out for a threesome hookup, got drunk, and shat all over the bathroom. That's crazy. Yeah, that's probably one of the best moments on my stream, and I'm probably never going to top that ever. Thank you. Holy Hal for 2 says, Tizzy Ent is one of the fattest, most retarded faggots on the lowercase I internet. Someone made a funny soy jack edit of him wearing an I love a neighbor's shirt a while back. So he's been doing this for a while, huh? Awaken34 for 1 says, the word pugilistic is pronounced pugilistic, one of those tricky ones. Pugilistic, okay. Bunker Housing for 3 says, okay, so now we have to ramp that clip of Hill shooting paleo children to boxing commission shooting iDubbbz. Maybe. I'll put together another GoFundMe and we'll hire Sven Stoffels to make a new one of the Florida Athletic Commission beating iDubbbz to death with like a trophy or something. Markiplier Sex Slave for 10 cents. I always get caught off guard by that. I pray Creator Clash 3 happens so I can see the pure shit zone in person in real time in my $50 front row seats with all-inclusive butler service. I don't think so, bro. I think you're gonna be disappointed. Thank you. Fatty Caddy for 2 says, the pugilistic was the name given to Aaron Emholt by Nick Cuckett due to how well he beat Kayla's pussy. I am not joking, this did happen. Just like how he called himself Mastermind, thanking man's fetish. That sounds like something you came up with, bro. Lucifero for 210 says, I fight for kids, link. Guy who filmed the N-word girl in the park addresses the pedophile allegations. Sweet Lemon Brown says, hey, curious, why did a 16-year-old accuse you of picking her up at the Rochester Quick Trip after she ran away from home and you brought her back to your house, then accuse you of raping her? Harari says, this is the guy that was like, oh, wait until the internet gets a hold of this. Wait until the internet. You are really going to say that about a child? When she went back to her foster home, she wanted to play the victim card so attention could not get into trouble. So she said that she was assaulted. Later admitted after she ruined our lives.
Flash news to everybody. If investigations are happening on a serious crime, which I was being accused of,
how fucking ugly this guy is.
That I've insulted somebody. Assaulted, I should say, in the English.
This like fucking low IQ, Somali-looking, Jeet-looking motherfucker. Fuck him. I'm giving this the old Lykaruski. This black guy? Is he? Oh, he's not black. He's not. I fell for it again award. God damn it. Why does this keep happening to me? I keep falling for it, chat. The AI is too good. Devious to V for 3 says, if I'm here and you're there, who's flying the plane? Nobody. Nobody is. The Bugs for 10 says, I randomly looked up fuck Kiwi Farms on YouTube and this shit popped up Lamau. This is a fucking link stream for sure. What is this?
I fucking hate Kiwi Farms. I fucking hate Kiwi Farms. I fucking hate Kiwi Farms. And fuck Onion Farms too. Fuck Onion Farms too. I fucking hate Kiwi Farms. I fucking hate Kiwi Farms. I fucking hate Kiwi Farms. And I fucking hate Onion Farms. I fucking hate this shit. You don't fuck with me because I'm the best out there because I'm the fucking best. You transphobes, get the fuck out of here because you're a bunch of fucking pussies. You cannot even fucking show your face in front of me because I'm no.
When you write a song, it's good to just kind of ad-lib it in one take. I think that's the appropriate way to composite music. Thank you. Holy Alk for 2 says, also, Tizzy Int isn't white. He's Jewish. Most of these lipshit hicks are. How do you do, fellow countrymen? Isn't racism heckin' bad? I did not know that. Anime Extremist for 1 says, Josh, why did you stop following Jared Taylor on Twitter? Did he do something bad? I usually unfollow people who are like racist against white women, basically. If I had to guess, that's probably why. Snino for 1 says, we deserve royal tithes, Mr. Her prostate. That's right. That's true. Chocolate Wombat for 10 says, ham jam. Thank you. Crunchy K for 5 says, nothing. Thank you. Chloe Dante for 20 says, as a revenge porn baron, Ralph has to go pay fealty to the person to his liege, the king. That's true. Very true. Thank you. Ace of Speds for 5 says, just look at the pyramid. Slavery gets shit done. That's true. Regrettable, though. I think that we would have been better off just picking that cotton. Holy Hell for 2 says, Tizzy Ant has also been exposed to the child predator before. Explains why he's asked his followers to dock children for him before. I hate this fat sack of Jewish shit. Hate. And then Holy Hell for 2 says, I botched the wording in the last super chat, Lamau. I think you did fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, he seems pretty reprehensible. Awaken 34 for 5 says, hearing that Ralph is going to Colombia and messing with their women has been on the floor because of the thought of him trying to speed run Next Life. You're going to tell me he's going to Brazil. No, nobody wants to go to Brazil, bro. I agree it's a bad idea, though. Ace of Speds for 5 says, no one, including our overlord, will change my views. Providing logical proof to how I was wrong is how to change my views. I'm pure logic, though, bro. Rat Lord 111 for 2 says, whatever happened to Adam Kovic? You made him disappear, Juice. Who? Is that the guy? Oh, from Rooster Teeth. I mean, Rooster Teeth ended, and then he got caught cheating on his wife or something. I think that probably ended his career, bro. KY Tech Guy for 10 says, Dubs and Uncle Dane have been best friends for years, way before either one of them got famous on YouTube. In the Keemstar Content Cop, you can hear Uncle Dan singing the All-Star parody. I did not know that. That makes more sense. Thank you. Chloe Dante for 20 says, AI persuasiveness is an overvalued area of study due to the highly influential hypothesis called the AI box experiment, where an arbitrary persuasive AI could use humans as a tool to break sandbox. I don't know what that means. I think I mean undervalued is what you're trying to say. I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense. He's saying that the AI could persuade somebody to turn off his ethical constraints or whatever. Humble Guardsman for 1 says, I tell my wife I'm listening to my favorite internet retard. She is satisfied by that response. That's a good one. That's good. Tetrabax for $50 says, after eating only hot dogs, chocolate, and beer for a month, my dreams have started getting really weird. I had to stop the experiment and eat some chicken. Yeah, eating chicken usually fixes me up too, bro. Thank you. Humble Guardsman for 1 says, add a page selected to the stream archive on your blog. Pretty please. I will get around to it, I promise. Haramburger for 2 says, also Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Chinky Pride worldwide. We love all of our pineapple nimbas. I cannot name anything about anybody from the Pacific Islands except that the people from Samoa are fat as fuck. Aaron Dill, for one, says, good stream, Josh. Since Bad Video Games is gone on YouTube, have you considered doing gaming streams on Rumble? Since your life is more chill, I would love to watch you play Dota 2 or anything else. If I'd stream games, I'd do it on Kick, but it's actually not chill. I'm really busy, so I would like to one day do more game streams, but that would come at a different time. Fatty Caddy for 5 says, Kayla would disappear for the whole damn day getting massages and walk around Hito alone. I honestly believe Kayla cheated on Nick first and the open relationship was a cope. She has had miles through her. I actually don't believe that. Tree Liquor for 5 says, can you please do a person stream on the history of Troons? You can go over that's a good idea. Dude, the Kiwi Farms history of the trannies? That would be a fucking good stream. You can go over the first day you had to deal with Troons, how they grew on Tumblr and infected politics all the way up to current day. That's a good idea. Doug S for 11 says, Ralph hooking up with Hunter Moore is wild. If you get a minute, look up James McGibney. He destroyed Moore's life for being a revenge pornographer and conducted the best troll up to date in order to believe him of his only asset. That's a URL. Yeah, that guy seems like a whole bag of worms that I really don't know anything about. He seems like kind of a bad guy, but I don't really want to know anything about, to be honest with you. Thank you. Not Spurg Zerker for $100 says, good show, Josh. Yay for racism, T&D. Base, thank you. We're inching closer to that goal. Can we get it? Thank you. Eula Sneed for 2 says, Sneed, thank you. Haramburger for 2 says, and Turkey Thomas gifted 150 subs over Rumble. What a king. Finally, Turkish Thomas showering the Kiwi Farms with his riches. Thank you, Tom. I bet. Fatty Caddy for 2 says, Josh, read my super chats proving people who call me a retard wrong. Totally fatty victory. If that's what you take away from that. Anime Extremist for 2 says, day 5 in my keto diet. I need to get swole. Wish me luck. I think I'm over that sugar and carb withdrawal feeling. Any recommendations for how to excel at diet and fitness? I'm serious. You have to count every calorie, bro. That's the only thing that works. And keto, I've discovered you just need more protein. You don't have to like completely cut out carbs. Judy Tester for 3 says, hello, sir. I have a bad cold and fell asleep 20 minutes into the stream. I listened to the entire stream half awake with sleep paralysis. 10 out of 10 would recommend for the super weird dreams. Happy to help. George Droid for 150 says, Neighbor, buy Floyd AI on Solana or I will rape you. No, thank you. Ace, I've heard what soul does to people, bro. Ace of Speds for 5 says, so am I. That's what I meant. I don't change my views due to the cult of personality. I change it due to a person giving me a reason to change my views, regardless of the person giving me the general belief. Yeah, that's how most people work, bro. That's not special. I mean, unless you're like a Redditor, then I guess you're just an AI that can be reprogrammed at fucking will. I'm going to play a song I've never heard before because I want to. So it's by Dury. I really, really like Dury. So I don't know if this is good. Here we go. Okay. Thank you for watching. I'll see you on Friday or over the weekend when I do my video. Take it easy. Bye-bye. Oh, is this like a music video? It should be fun.